Chair Smith, we are now live. You can start the meeting on your call.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I'm realizing that I don't have my shadow agenda up, so I will wing this for the moment until I pull that up. So welcome, everybody. Hope everybody is well to today's meeting, October 5th, Board of Police Commissioners. Call the meeting to order, and as always, we acknowledge that we are in Mi'kmaq, the ancestral unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people, and we are all treaty people. And I hope on October 1st that folks have an opportunity to commemorate and remember and reflect on Treaty Day, but also on September 30th when we had the National Truth and Reconciliation Day across Canada. So with that, I think I just hand it over to you, Marty. I do hand over to you to swear in our new commissioner, Mr. Gavin Giles. So welcome. We're happy to have you on board. We're sad to lose Commissioner McDougall, who we will do a special presentation at our next board meeting to thank her for her service, not only for the commission, but for us nationally and provincially. But we'll save that for our next meeting. So with that, Mr. Ward, if you want to take it over.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Giles, we're going to follow the standard procedure that we've developed for these virtual swearing in. I take it that the clerk has provided you with a copy of the oath.
That's correct. The Form 4 pursuant to provisions of Section 73 of the police regulations. Very
well. Okay, so what I would ask you to do is to read that out loud and then attest to it or swear to it.
I, Gavin Giles of Halifax Regional Municipality, affirm that I will faithfully, diligently, and impartially execute and perform the duties required of me as a member of the Halifax Regional Municipality Board of Police Commissioners. And while I continue to hold office, I will, to the best of my judgment, skill, knowledge, and ability, carry out, discharge, and perform all of the duties of my office faithfully, impartially, and according to the Police Act or any other act and any regulation, rule, or bylaw. And I will not, except in the discharge of my duties, disclose to any person any matter or evidence brought before the Halifax Regional Municipality Board of Police Commissioners. I so affirm.
Okay, and so would you sign, please, on the place provided? Okay, so you have affirmed, and I will thank you. You will have affirmed and you have signed, executed the document. I will fill out the jurat when I receive the form. And with that, welcome aboard as a member, a commissioner of the Board of Police Commissioners for the Municipality of Halifax.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you very much.
That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you, Marty, and welcome Commissioner Giles to the Board of Police Commissioners. We're virtually clapping for you at the moment. So with that, moving to our next order of business, the election of vice chair. So I did hear from one commissioner who showed interest, but I will take nominations for position of vice chair from the floor.
Mr. Chair, can you share?
Yeah, if you, Commissioner, if you give me a head nod, I'll say okay. So Commissioner Critchley did express interest of taking on the vice chair role. So if somebody would like to make a nomination,
I would like to nominate Commissioner Harry Critchley as vice chair of the Board of Police Commission.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner.
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Giles. All those. Well, sorry. Any further nominations? Any further nominations?
Or Chair, anybody, any commissioner can also, if it's coming from the floor, can also offer up themselves. Okay.
Yes, you're right. Thank you. So, if anyone else would like to offer up themselves to the role of vice chair, please make that known.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Of course.
How long is the term?
I believe, is it November we are looking for a new chair and vice chair, Ian? Clerk, Mr. Clerk?
This January.
Yeah, that is
January.
correct. We will be having that process happening soon. Again, that will be happening in the new, in December. We also have the appointments of counselors on committees moving forward in December as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so December, possibly January. All right, so next few months. So Mr. Critchley, if nobody else has put their name forward, I'll call for nominations one more time. And no further nominations. So with no one else putting the name forward, do I call the question, or is this an acclamation?
Chair Smith, as you have called for nominations 3 times and there is only one person who has their name forward, you are free to declare the new vice chair.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Critchley, now Vice Chair Critchley, thank you, and you are now the vice chair. So thank you very much. And as mentioned, we'll be looking for a new chair and vice chair in the next few months. So if you're interested in either role, please feel free to reach out or think about it, and we can have that discussion. All right, so going down to our next business community announcements. Are there any announcements that folks would like to make? I'm going to put the Chief Kinsella on the spot really quick. Do we have is there a ceremony in October? And I could be thinking of something that's totally not happening.
So through you, Chair, I was going to provide it in my updates, and I'll probably say it again. We do have the Fallen Peace Officers Memorial, Sunday, October 16th. It will be held at 1 p.m. at Grand Parade. All the commission has been invited, save and except for our new commissioner, Commissioner Giles, which an invitation will be forwarded to you, sir, in the very near future. And the public is also welcome to attend, and we're hoping to get a good turnout to recognize and pay tribute to those members who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And I'll provide a little more during my update, Chair, if that is okay.
No, thank you very much. I couldn't find the date really quickly. I knew that you'd have it handy, so we'll hear a little bit more on your update. So appreciate that. Anyone else with community announcements? All right, moving to approval of minutes, September 7th. Mover and a seconder for the minutes.
I'll move that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seconded by.
Oh, can I move it? I wasn't there.
Oh,
I may not be able to.
you're right. Yeah, you're
No.
right. So I'll take someone
I
else.
can move it.
Thank you. So welcome Commissioner Akinjojo. So moved by Commissioner Blackburn, seconded by Commissioner Akinjojo. All those in favor of the minutes, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Adopted the minutes. Approval of the order of business, approval of additions and deletions. Clerk, I believe we do have one.
There is one addition for this meeting this evening. Item 13.3, in-camera item, security matter.
Okay, thank you. Anything from members? No. So with that, a mover and a seconder on the agenda or the amended agenda.
I'll move the amended agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by, thank you, Commissioner Kent. All those in favor of the amended agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right. Business arising out of the minutes, we have none. Calls for declaration of conflict of interest. Do we have any? Seeing none. So moving on to our Next item, which is consideration deferred business, September 7th, presentation 7.1, presentation use of force and arrest policies in the context of executing warrants in African Nova Scotian communities. This is being presented by Al Jones, and as always, I'm just going to read the presentation rules. Rules for presentation for the board. Presentation topic should relate to police services policies and strategies, not to a single police action, relate to the board's oversight mandate and not day-to-day police operations, affect a segment of the community, not a single individual, not relate to a police contact complaint. Presentations are limited to 5 minutes unless additional time is approved prior to the meeting. When the presentation is complete, commissioners can ask questions of clarification or request additional information, and there will be no debate on this matter. So we do have, if you would have seen it today, we did have the presentation that came in.
There is an amendment to that presentation. So
Oh, there is.
need to share my slides? There's an error on the slide that
Okay.
I realized I sent the wrong version. So yes.
So clerk, what's easier for Ms. Jones to share her slide or for it to be sent to you?
Hi there. I can promote her to panelists and she'll be able to share her screen herself. It'll just be one
Okay.
second.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I realized I sent an earlier version.
It happens. Great to see you.
You should be good to share your screen there.
Thank you. All right, it's only a small change, but it is a bit substantial. So, all right, good afternoon, everybody. This is going to be quite brief, but I just wanted to talk a bit about data. So many of you may be familiar with the use of force report that came out in Toronto. This was internal data from the Toronto Police Service, and it showed large disparities in the use of force incidents for Black and Indigenous people, but for all racialized people. I won't read the whole slide, but Black people were overrepresented by a factor of 2.2 times in enforcement actions compared to the rest of the population. Indigenous people overrepresented by 1.6. One perhaps important statistic here is that even without a firearm, Black people were more likely to be killed by police than white people with a firearm. So we see the kind of use of force. And importantly, the report also dealt with strip searches as well, which showed disproportionate use of strip searches for Black people. And this is also, of course, a gendered form of violence. There have been many accounts through the years of Black people talking about Black women being strip searched, accused of being sex workers or of otherwise being sexually promiscuous. So you have this slide, so you can, I won't get into all the details, but you can see the graph on the other side that shows these disparities. So this data picture gathered by the TPS is very consistent with other data on use of force. In Ontario, a report gathered by Scott Wortley and others in 2020. This is a report that we quoted in the defunding report, and it shows, again, like huge racial disparities in the use of force. Data that shows that across the province, Black people are again more likely to be killed by the police without weapons, without the context of investigating crime than white people are. And as well that Black force is increasing across the country. So we see increased use of force and more severe uses of force as well in this context. And as I said, we do explain some of that data in our defunding the police defining the way forward for HRM report. So just to say that this is a large concern. So some quotes on the importance, sorry, I have to keep moving. You know how your face is in the middle of your slides and you have to keep moving things around. So just some important quotes that come from the use of force report by Wortley. He points out that this is crucially important data. It engages with issues of public safety and the safety of law enforcement officers, and of course can also cause unnecessary death and serious injury, undermine public trust in the police, and compromise the legitimacy of the entire criminal justice system. But we do not have good data on this, particularly in a Canadian context. As he also points out, it's very difficult to get this data out of police services, and he fears that we will never have strong empirical data on use of force. The problems with this data, so this is internal data to TPS. So while this data was consistent with other data we have, importantly, it was specifically not to be used in discipline of officers. So they were not going to use it to discipline officers, to trace patterns of repeated use of force incidents, nor to reveal the names of officers to the public. And one of the problems with that, of course, is it's not uncommon for officers with prior use of force incidents to then be involved in escalating violent encounters with the public. So this is one problem when we don't use this data, we simply acquire it to paint a picture. So in Halifax, of course, as you're familiar with, the Wortley report made 53 different recommendations on street checks, data collection on police stops, and improving community relations. And the recent Bryan report by Timothy Bryan that just came out like last month on the collection of race-based police data expands upon these recommendations. So they concern the gathering and regulation of data specifically in the context of police stops, which is it is a broad, it accounts for quite a bit of data, but there are some gaps in that. So we need to expand upon those recommendations. So restricting the gathering of data to police stops misses some of the broader context in which many interactions with the police occur. Warrant execution is a big one. There are many reports coming from members of the African Nova Scotian community about excessive use of force in executing warrants, including the use of URT teams, the use of excessive weaponry, intimidation tactics, people being pulled out in their underwear, children being pulled out and arrested. And so in this context, that would not, for example, be covered in a police stop. And that is one context that misses many of the ways people interact with police. Strip searches would not be covered in this unless in the context of a particular arrest, but it's not clear from the way a police stop is defined. There's no specific naming of strip searches. Mental health incidents are not included in this data, and we know that that is a large proportion, not only for race-based, but police encounters in general. The gaps include things like use of appearance notices, use of warnings versus charges, so who is given a warning and released versus who is held, and there would clearly, I think, be racial disparities in that data that we're not aware of. I would also add that use of force data should and must be gathered in a robust manner. So it's not clear in the Bryant recommendations. They're listed among the gathering of other data. I would suggest that because this is such a serious issue, perhaps they should be treated separately due to the seriousness of this kind of data. I'm trying to go fast, I'm sorry. So there is recommendation 4.2 in the Bryan report, which suggests that the Department of Justice should review this data and be involved in the public release. However, this responsibility can and does fall under the jurisdiction of the board. And the board, I think, must take an active role in overseeing these policies on how data is collected, analyzed, and released, and the training around the management of this data, including, for example, making sure there's a firewall between this data and certain police uses. There's many models of data from health management, management even within corrections in other countries that has very robust policies for keeping privacy of this data that the police board could certainly look into best practices for. There should also be an active role in ensuring race-based data on use of force as particularly robust data that needs to be managed carefully. And also policies that the board could create can include policies around the use of this data to discipline officers and ensure public safety, and ensuring that those officers that are found to be committing racial bias or involved in violence are not in contact with the public and are removed. And just very quickly, finally, this is from another Wortley report. He does a lot of reports. This is from the BC Human Rights Report, where he makes clear that this data collection must be a priority. In that report, he showed the many racial disparities, which he called disturbing, and pointed out that a great deal of the data involves police experiencing mental health issues. A great deal of the encounters with police are people experiencing mental health issues, which there was no data on. And other types of police interaction. And as he says, the overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and other people of color in police statistics is a problem that cannot be ignored, and that this should be a priority. So to close, I believe that the board is well positioned to take an active role in this matter, creating policies and creating management working together, particularly within the municipality, to ensure that this data is treated in a robust manner, and that we also have very clear, transparent, and accountable data on use of force. So that's it from me. I will send the revised slides to you ASAP, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I still am in awe on how you can fit so much in so little time, all the time. I guess you've been doing it for so long that you're used to it. Are there any members who have questions? And I'm going to get the chat up just to see. I don't see anybody with their hand up. Just in case, I do have a question. So when you look at the report, in one of the questions always, when we're looking at collecting data now, is how can officers be able to identify the group that they're working with. So the report that you're referencing has Black, white in like other racial groups. And I know with our data related to street checks, it actually broke it down a lot more, which I think is important. So from your research that you've done on many different topics, do you see really focusing on like Black, white, and other as like a I don't know, standards or
No,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, the problem of racial categorization is a broader one. I believe Brian addresses this in his report. I mean,
Okay.
people may pass as another race, and you may not recognize a mixed race
Mm.
person as being Black or being Indigenous, but they may be in a context where that matters. So one problem is that it requires a kind of racial identification, which is its own form of surveillance. I don't think Black, white, other, Indigenous. I mean, obviously, Muslim people report different kinds of stops in other contexts, right? Immigrant communities in general may experience other kind of stops. So this is, I think, something to be discussed with those managing the data, but I would think that we would want the categories to be as clear as possible, because that also will paint a picture of other contexts in which people are encountering the police. So we don't know too much about how Muslim people in this city, for example, encounter the police. We tend to mostly focus on African Nova Scotians and then Indigenous people. There's a context, as I said, for newcomers. There may be other contexts that are missed if we don't have, I think, clear categorization, but I just flag that it is difficult to enter the discourse of identifying race within data. And often that may be indeterminate. And so that's always going to be a problem.
Right. Okay. Thank
But
you.
I would personally, other census categories, for example, that those are the pretty well-defined categories that Stats Canada would use. So the government tends to have defined categories. Some people have issues with some of the wording, but that might be a place to start.
Right. Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith, and thank you, Dr. Jones, for the super informative presentation. I just have a couple quick questions of clarification. So the first was you had suggested that the board could play a role in kind of recommending or overseeing training. So I just wondered if you could speak a little bit more about that. And then at one point, as you noted, I reviewed the Brian report as well, and I do find it a little confusing that they've adopted this very expansive view of what a police stop is that includes a number of different kinds of interactions. So an arrest, a police traffic stop, and use of force are all covered under this general category of a police stop. So I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about what the value might be in kind of disaggregating those different kinds of interactions.
Yeah, I'll start with the second part first. And this was a concern initially. In fact, reading the report, it wasn't clear that use of force was included if you missed that particular recommendation. It is included, but I think including it as kind of holistic data gathering may miss, again, some of the picture of what is occurring, how it's occurring. So as we know, anyone who's worked with data, when you get a large data download of a lot of complex data, it can be very difficult then to kind of wade through that data and figure out what's happening. So I think that, sorry, I didn't turn off my email and you're hearing it buzz. So I think that separating out particularly use of force, because obviously it is such serious data. It's the most area of most critique that people obviously have of policing, the area of most danger. And of course, the biggest responsibility for police is when to use force and not. And this obviously encompasses how the police are trained. What are the rules around that? So it's such an important area. I think kind of perhaps burying it within other areas may not make us able to have as robust access to that. So in that case, I would think that there should be specific policies around the use of force data. I think that can't just be sort of lumped into all forms of other data, and then it becomes just one of many data points. This is sort of my point, that I think that it would be more accessible, more accountable, and more transparent to have a specific policy around that data, including, of course, the kind of trauma that's experienced by use of force as well. So I think in some ways it's special data, if I want to put it that way. And I think needs its own policies and its own attention. And I think the board is well placed to actually think about those policies specifically. And this goes to the first part of your question. In the report, it suggests that the DOJ be the kind of organ of this. I actually think that municipal organs are better placed to manage this data rather than provincial data. In many jurisdictions in Ontario, for example, this is under municipal boards as well. I think there's much more of a model for this being within the municipality. And this is, in fact, very well within the purview of a board, to be able to set policy. So this is not about the operations. This is specifically about being able to explore what are the best practices around data, what is the best practice for gathering it, who is a stakeholder in this data, including community members, researchers, academics. How do people get access to this data if researchers want access in ways that obviously protect people? How do you access your own data? These are very, very serious questions. And I'm concerned that if it sort of becomes, again, part of a, I don't mean to sound disparaging, but a provincial mishmash among, other responsibilities, I think it's more important for a board that is specifically focused on and has a jurisdiction over these issues to be able to create, I think, robust policy. So I think it's well within the purview of a board, and I think would be more effective and efficient, if we want to put it that way, in actually managing the data, which really should be coming through the board in the first place.
Are you good, Commissioner Chris? Good?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jones, and thank you, Chair Smith. Chair Smith, perhaps if I could ask one more question of clarification, but maybe before I do, if I have a question of clarification for you as chair, or maybe for the clerk, if I'd be interested to kind of have a more fulsome discussion about this topic, and particularly Dr. Jones's recommendation. Would that be something that we could do later in this meeting, or would it make more sense for me to bring a notice of motion to have that at a future meeting, or I'm just looking for some guidance there?
So I'm just looking in maybe Clerk Ian, you can jump in. I know at other committees, when we do receive presentations, if there's a recommendation for the presentation, we can make a motion, but I don't know if that's different with the police commission or not. So maybe if you want to jump in and provide your recommendation.
For something of this, I think the nature of the motion that would need to be provided, it may make sense to be done through a notice of motion, just because I would want to defer to legal and ask legal about specific parts of that to make sure that motions are being passed that are in the purview of the Board of Police Commissioners. And that is something that I think is done in this instance because we don't have a chance to see any motions through a notice of motion process. Marty, I'm not sure if you have anything to add on that, but that would be my initial response to that.
Yeah, the normal procedure coming out of a presentation, the only kind of motions that I understand are you could have would be a motion that would be requesting a staff report that dealt with the subject matter that was the subject of the presentation.
Right,
but
right.
That said, that wouldn't prevent a notice of motion that could deal with something larger than that at a future date. So I think the reason for the rule is just simply that there is no motion brought immediately in which there isn't a chance to sort of think about for a while, and parties
Sure, yeah.
with a notice of motion will give you that that opportunity.
Sure, and I guess I would say, like, I wouldn't have a fully fleshed out motion ready to go, but it would be, there'd be information that I'd want to know before making the motion. So for instance, I know from some comments the chief has made in the past that there is HRP representation on the Wortley Research Committee. So I'd like to know, for instance, what is going on with the Bryan report? And I know the recommendation has been accepted by the province, but what's the plan to implement them effectively, right? So that's information that I would like to have before I make a motion. So again, maybe it's something that we save for a later day, but I guess the only reason I'm asking is I want to ensure that we're acting on Dr. Jones's recommendations in a fairly timely way.
So could we, just to make sure that it does get to our agenda, is it possible that Commissioner Critchley could make a notice of motion that is simple to the sense of that Police Commission recommend that we investigate the subject matter of the presentation, and then as we get to that meeting, a full motion could be fleshed out at the time of the meeting that's different from the one that gave notice? Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, that's possible. The other possibility is for would be to bring a notice of motion calling from, if the information is information that the commissioner wants from the police, right? then he could give a notice of motion to, for a staff report from the police to report to the board on if the inquiry is, what's happened within these certain areas. I take it that the concern here is that the subject matter, the presentation would go beyond, I guess, what the Wortley report called for. And so, we have a process in place where the chief and the RCMP are reporting to the board on what they've done with the Wortley report. But if it's something more than that, then the information is to come from the police. I think the first thing would be to get a staff report from the police, how they're addressing these particular areas based on a notice of motion. And that could lead then to a debate, which could then lead to a further motion, I think, as opposed to jumping into a motion now that might direct something to happen,
Okay, that's fine by me. And I'm happy to, and this is a lot of procedural stuff, so I see other people's hands up, so I can maybe put a pin in it for now.
Yeah, so if you want to think about it a little bit more, Commissioner Critchley, and I'll think about it too for a second. I'll go to Commissioner Kent and Commissioner Akindoji. Commissioner Kent.
Trying to get my mic unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Harry, for bringing this forward. This is actually something that I will speak to later. This whole what just happened here on that technical piece of how do we get to have conversations around these things, something that I'll bring forward from my conference opportunity. But I wanted to say this now because Harry has a really, really good point here that and Al has brought in, Dr. Jones has brought in such significant good information, but 5 minutes is not an adequate amount of time for us as a board to have the kind of dialogue, ask questions. She referenced a number of different reports. We want to have, I would want to have those in front of me and really flesh it, really dig into the subject matter with her as an expert. So notices of motions and motions and this and that, is that the only, my question is that really the only way that we can have the ability as a board to consider opportunities for policy and motions that should come to the public like this? Could we not do something that would be in keeping with our priorities and our what we ask for some funding for support of staff is consider a further conversation with Elle and with our board around as more around, even if we had to fit it under category, could it be under public engagement? Because she's brought subject matter into us from the public. It's her expertise, it's her knowledge, it's her information that she has collated in a way that what she wants us on behalf of the people that she works with and our greater public to consider. But this small venue of in a few minutes of these meetings just doesn't seem like we have opportunities to really take these as fully, to consider them fully. So I throw that out there. I think that we need to find mechanisms to do these kinds of things.
No,
maybe Marty, you'll start to speak to that.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think, and Marty, maybe you can fill in the blanks. I think the way that we would have to do that is because as a commission, there needs to be, the legal aspect of us. If we're as a group, we need to give notice and have meetings and advertise it, et cetera, et cetera. But as you said, just having discussion pieces on subjects, how do we get to that point? And maybe that's us having special meetings on specific issues I'm not sure. I don't know, but it's a good question, and I think it's something that we should flesh out a little bit more. And Marty, you might have a little bit to add to that, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Akindoji.
Thank you very much for giving
me. Oh, wait, sorry, Marty, you're on mute.
Sorry, I think there's two issues here as I hear it. One is the concern about the time limit, right? Which I think is Commissioner Kent's concern. And I think at that point, I think, the board does have the ability to suspend rules and extend times and do what they feel is necessary in that regard. The other issue is having the information. I take this from Commissioner Critchley's comment, and that is having the information up front in order to inform that particular debate. And so I see those as kind of separate issues. And so as I understood, Commissioner Critchley was looking or considering a motion that would provide that information. And then if the board, when that motion comes forward, if it comes forward in a staff report, then I mean, the board can debate that as it wants and basically has control over its procedure. If in that point it wants to bring back in Dr. Jones to discuss something, I think the board it's open for the board to do that too. So there's a lot of flexibility. It's just a question of fitting it in the right glove to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Akintojo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And my question is to Dr. Jones. How are you? At this point, I just want a bit of clarification. Are we talking about the subject matter, or are there clear recommendations to this subject matter that we are looking for a report for or to discuss further? Because I just want to be clear. I mean, if we're talking about subject matter, that's robust. But because you are the expert here, but if you're giving us some clear recommendations on the subject matter, and then that's what we're going to be dealing with. I just want to be clear. What are we dealing with? Subject matter or all your recommendations on the subject matter? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm clear on that distinction. What I would say is that this report, the Bryan report, has obviously been tabled. There are recommendations within it, but some of those recommendations are suggestive, perhaps, rather than prescriptive. So within that report, essentially, there's an offer made that this data must be managed and a policy must be developed. There's no real structure given for who would develop that. He suggests the DOJ in this case. So I'm expanding upon those recommendations, perhaps clarifying them and suggesting that the board can adopting this report, which has already been adopted by the police and the province, that the board can also adopt these recommendations and take a leading role in clarifying these matters. So there isn't a discussion in the report, for example, it doesn't define, it says, the data should be managed by a group made up of these potential areas. That is not clarified. So I suppose what I'm doing is building upon the recommendations to suggest that we can go in a bit of a finer grained way, and that the board actually, I think, should be the leading responsibility in this, not the province, in other words. And so the report doesn't necessarily address that area of the board. So I'm adding to the recommendations and suggesting that the board actually would be the appropriate place to make some of these decisions and some of these policies as well. Does that clarify what you're asking?
Thank you, it does. I'm just looking at powers here. If the province is already looking into this, would it be prudent that we are just, should we wait to see what the province is going to? DOJ, basically, they have the capacity to deal with things like this, or are we just taking time and we're not going to be able to implement whatever we come up to because DOJ has a parallel work on this same subject? I'm
not suggesting you step above the DOJ. I'm suggesting that I think there are separate spheres of responsibility, and what the DOJ's monitoring looks like would, I think, be perhaps different from what the police board's interests would be. And given that the role of oversight at the police board, I would suggest the police board is actually better positioned to make some of these recommendations. So the DOJ obviously, I think, has an interest in public safety, for example, and it does go to that area. But I think some of the details of data management and also like what this data means and how it can be used actually properly rest with the board. So I think that we need to introduce perhaps the board into this, and whether that's a memo to the province suggesting the role the board can take, whether that's developing some kind of multi-level use of data. I suppose I'm suggesting that the board is the appropriate organ, and I don't see it particularly clarified in this report. So building upon that, I'm urging the board to perhaps step in and take an active role and think like, what does that role look like? And how is that data properly used in policy and in thinking about things like accountability, public trust, all the things that I think properly belong to the board.
Thank you. My question is, are these legislative matters or policy matters?
Policy.
I think they're two. maybe I'm thinking it's more legislative. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But for me, I think it's a bit more of matters rather than policy. And that's where I want us to be very cautious on taking time to start dealing with a matter that should be dealt with by DOJ.
I think the DOJ has a responsibility, and this is implied in Wortley's comments, that legislating the mandatory use of that data is, for example, a DOJ responsibility, right? So the idea of saying we actually must keep this data. However, the DOJ cannot actually, for example, is not involved in the day-to-day operations of, well, you're not involved in operations either, but in setting the policy for the police, that is not actually the role of the DOJ at all. That is the role of a board. So there is a legislative piece, which is, I think, covered in this report, which is around saying this data must be gathered, it must be made available at these particular times, it must be transparent. But there's, I think, a lot of gap in how that's going to be implemented. And I think that's where the board, in conversation with the DOJ, again, I think the DOJ has a role, I just don't think it has the sole role. And perhaps Commissioner Critchley might have more legal insight. I myself am not a lawyer as well. So I'm certainly not suggesting the board overstep its bounds. I'm suggesting that the board inhabit its bounds, and that this is, I think, a rich area for the board to be engaged in, an important one, and can also set some of these policies for the rest of the country as well, as more and more data is becoming available. So just for example, in my own experience, I've been requesting data from local police forces in the RCMP, and it's an incredibly onerous process. It takes months. You often have to refine your ask. It's very, very difficult. So I think more and more people are engaging in these processes of trying to find data. And I think it's a rich area for boards to become involved in. Also, so that work isn't being duplicated for the police. That's also a question, right? That if multiple people are getting this data through ATIPs and freedom of information requests, there's constantly a request to perhaps get some of the same data over and over again, rather than it being governed more centrally. And I think that can happen at the municipal level.
Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I wonder, just sort of in light of, I think everyone's sort of on the same page that this is an issue that, I don't want to speak for everybody, but that the board wants to discuss further. They want to ensure that that discussion is informed, right? That we have up-to-date information from HRP and from the Department of Justice, and it's not fair to put the chief on the spot in terms of providing that information today. To Commissioner Akinduju's point, it's valuable to know what the DOJ is doing. They've suggested that they've accepted these recommendations. So I wonder if I might put forward a motion. I understand that would require a 2/3 vote, but my hope is that it's a motion that no one will disagree with. It would be a motion simply doing two things. So one would be asking the chair to write a letter to the DOJ, asking them about what the implementation plan is for the Bryan report, and what the plan is to roll out those recommendations. And then the second would be to ask the HRP and RCMP to provide any information that they might have. Obviously the DOJ is going to kind of lead this process of implementing these recommendations of the Bryan report, but if there's something more on the ground that the chief or the chief superintendent might have, that they could share as part of it to inform a discussion, then that would be something that hopefully they could bring forward as well. And so, I think maybe to Commissioner Kent's point, we want to ensure that we have these discussions. We want to ensure that those discussions are informed by the facts and the best evidence that we have. And so I would hope that, bringing bringing the motion now, having a 2/3 vote to waive the notice requirement, kind of meet some of those, the need to kind of move this along, but also the need to ensure that we had an informed discussion at a later date.
So I would like to, if through you, Chair, to the rest of the commission, just provide a little bit of information that might help with some of the back end parts of this. So a motion can be made, does not need 2/3 based on a presentation. That is not what was said before. A motion can be made. That motion needs to be made for a staff report. Administrative Order 1 requires that any motion that comes from a presentation needs to be provided with through a staff report to the group, and then the action can be done. So that can be, if a motion is drafted and vetted and passed by this group, it can be done requesting a staff report relating to the item that can be brought back, and then the action can come back based on that staff report. So motions are allowed to come from presentations. The comment before was it's the difficult and complicated part with these types of motions, and especially for this group with the amount of legislative acts that need to be considered, is ensuring that any motions that are done like this on the floor meet those qualifications, and there is some more risk with that. So if a motion is moved and passed today requesting a staff report relating to those items, it can be done. It does not require a 2/3. Also, just as a quick note, understand some of the overarching conversation on this, and we've been taking notes as well to talk about the holistic conversation that is happening regarding presentations and regarding actions on presentations from this committee.
So just on that point, Ian, so if Commissioner Critchley wants to today put a motion forward that asks the chair, me, to write a letter and the RCMP and HRP to provide information on this, on the report that was quoted, if that was to happen, would that be a motion that would need 2/3? Or
I would need to look and would need to discuss the ability to waive the rule for a staff report.
got you, right?
So it is specific in the procedure in Administrative Order 1 that it is a staff report coming from presentations.
Okay. I see Marty. Marty, yeah.
Yeah, so part of it could be done, right? The part could be done, and they're asking for a staff report from the regional police and from the RCMP asking for the information. That could be done within the terms, right? But the business about asking you to write a letter to the Department of Justice, that would not be part of a staff report, so that couldn't be done now.
So before I go to Commissioner Blackburn, then back to Commissioner Akinjojo, what if we did this? What if Commissioner Critchley, the second part, which you're asking for information from RCMP and HRP, what if you put that forward in form of a staff report to get that information, and then I could just write the letter? I think it's great that the commission is asking me to do it, but I also can write the letter, and I think it's important that we get that information. So Commissioner Critchley, would you be up for requesting a staff report on the information and then me just writing a letter, noted that it's in the minutes?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine by me. I would have thought that over the course of getting a staff report, you could go talk to some third party, get information, and then put that in a staff report. But if Marty and Ian are saying that this is a more appropriate way to do it, then it doesn't really. I don't really care. I just want to ensure that we have an informed discussion.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to Commissioner Blackburn and Akinjojo for the second time, and then if you just want to put the motion on the floor for the staff report for the information, and we'll leave it at that. So Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and perhaps Commissioner Critchley doesn't need any more time, but I'm just kind of, my concern is that, and we say it time and time again, that writing motions on the fly is never a good thing. I know exactly where he wants to go with this, and I support it 110%. But I think, even if we were to draft a motion right here, right now for part 2 of the ask, I think we need to really be specific and send RCMP and HRP away with a very specific ask. And I'm just worried that drafting the motion on the fly, we're not going to get that sober second thought and the proper wording that we need to get the information that we need to accomplish this back. So I just I like where this is going, and I support where it's going, but I think it's necessary to sort of take a step back and make sure we get the wording of this right so we get what we need from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akinjojo.
I think I just put my hand down because your last statement answers my question. I think what you said is the only thing we can do at this point in terms of motion is to put a motion concerning staff report, so we have a better understanding of this subject matter.
Great, thank you. So I know you've spoken twice, but would you like to put a motion on the floor, Commissioner Critchley, related to this, or would you rather do it at notice of motion?
Sure, I'll do it now.
Okay.
So I can write it in the chat if that's helpful.
Yeah, if you just want to put it in, that'd be great too.
Okay, give me 1 second. I will do it.
And as he types, anyone can sing the Jeopardy theme song as this happens. All right, if you'd like to read that.
Okay, so the motion reads, that the chair of the Board of Police Commissioners direct the chief officer of HRP and recommend that the district commander of Halifax District RCMP prepare staff reports regarding implementation of the Bryan report on race-based data collection.
Anyone like to second that?
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Thank you. So before we get any comments, I guess the only thing that would need to be changed is just referencing the presentation, because then that would make it so it's coming. So I don't know where that would get flipped into this motion. Maybe the clerk and Ian's probably typing away furiously, but just referencing that this came from presentation we received on, what's today, October 5th, Board of Police Commission meeting.
Chair Smith, we will add that to the motion. The intent is there in the chat. We understand what that is, and we'll make sure it fits the form for proper motions. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So with that, we did have a lot of discussion on it, and we haven't even made it to the first item. So if there's more discussion, feel free to put your hand forward if you'd like to discuss this motion. If not, I'll call for the question. Okay, not seeing anybody. Question? Okay. All right, question been called. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, that's adopted in it might change slightly, just to a format from our clerk's office, but the intent is there. And as noted in the minutes and noted on record, that the letter aspect I can do, and Commissioner Critchley, I'll draft something up and we'll figure it out and we'll send it to the board to take a peek before it gets sent off. All right. Good job, folks. So moving on to our next item here. And thank you again, Dr. Jones, for presenting. Every time you come, you make work for us, which is important, which is exactly what we need. So appreciate that as well. Okay, so moving on to our next item, which is correspondence, petitions, and delegations. Do we have any correspondence? I don't believe we do, so I know they're probably typing away, but there is no correspondence that I'm aware of.
Sorry, Chair Smith, no correspondence has been received for today's meeting.
Nope, that's fine. I knew you were back there typing. That's okay. Any petitions from members? No petitions. All right. So presentations, we have none. And going to information items brought forward, we have none. Report discussions, and start off with our Halifax Regional Police, Royal Canadian Mounted Police Chief updates, starting with Chief Dan Kinsella, HRP.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and good evening, everyone. And through you, Chair, members of the board, those who are joining us virtually. Once again, I would like to welcome Commissioner Giles, to the board, and appreciate you being here today. I'd like to begin by expressing my thanks to the many people, including some of you, who reached out and sent their concerns for the first responders and police officers who attended and in some cases were injured as a result of the unsanctioned Dalhousie homecoming parties on the weekend. We appreciate your support. We take this very seriously. There are consequences for this illegal and dangerous behavior. This cannot happen year after year and escalate the way it has been here in Halifax. Dalhousie is a valued community partner, and I'm aware they're doing some work on a multi-stakeholder community engagement, which we support and agree it may have potential to bring some long-term positive impacts. However, more direct action must be taken to resolve the issues related to the immediate public safety hazards arising from these unsanctioned events. I've been in contact with the Dalhousie president earlier this week, and I look forward to further discussions and getting to some effective solutions, trying to keep the community safer. I also want to take some time to talk about Hurricane Fiona. My thoughts are with everyone who is dealing with the aftermath of the hurricane. My respect and gratitude go out to all the frontline workers and first responders who worked during the storm, the days after, and are still working to help serve and protect our city. I would also like to thank the many HRM team that staffed the EOC throughout the weekend and into the early part of the week. And I would specifically like to mention Assistant Chief Erica Fleck and thank her for her leadership and tireless commitment to running the EOC and keeping us all on track. So my thanks to Erica. I'd also like to update the board to address our current recruitment efforts. Recruitment, preparing for organizational attrition, and building capacity remain an area of significant focus for the Halifax Regional Police. Our 2023 cadet recruitment has concluded, and we are in the process of making offers to a number of candidates. We expect there to be up to 28 candidates in the class, which is scheduled to begin on Monday, October 17th. I want to congratulate the team for marketing, recruiting, HR, and training for all their efforts. It has taken a lot of time and dedication from members across our organization to prepare for our next cadet class. We also continue to hire through our experienced police officer program. This hiring stream is another important facet that is helping us recruit for ongoing attrition and succession planning. In September, we hired 8 new experienced police officers, and they are currently deployed out onto the front line. And in November, in our next intake, we expect to hire 10 more. And to give you some context, law enforcement agencies from across the country are recruiting, and all of them are dealing with the ongoing attrition issues. We are in a very competitive market, so kudos to the team for continuing to attract trained and skilled officers from other police services and other training facilities across Canada. I'd also like to talk and give an update to the board on our gun violence and our response to that within the city, and share our most up-to-date statistics. This year within HRP, there have been 6 homicides related to firearms, with charges laid in 2 of those cases. There's been 18 shooting incidents to date, and 279 firearms have been removed from the streets. Our traffic enforcement continues, and we're very committed to keeping our roads safe. And in the month of September, for motor vehicle violations, HRP officers issued 479 summary offense tickets, including 105 for driving without insurance, 72 for speeding, and 66 for failing to display proper vehicle license plate identification. We also charged 29 drivers with impaired related offenses, and we issued 7 suspensions during the month of September. And last month, there were also 72 calls for service to report suspected impaired driving alone, and 46 investigations into impaired driving commenced. As always, we really appreciate our community and the public for helping us keep the streets safe from impaired drivers. This month's road safety theme is intersection safety. As we know, intersections can be congested spaces with moving traffic, pedestrians, and cyclists. During the month of October, we're reminding everyone to be aware of all road users, whether they be cyclists, pedestrians, or otherwise. Check your immediate path of travel and avoid distractions, especially distracted driving. With Thanksgiving on Monday, the Halifax Regional Police is also proud to support a food drive that started today and continues tomorrow in the city. The food drive supports Feed Nova Scotia, and we are very pleased to participate. It's hosted by FX 101.9, Today's Country. Our officers are on hand today to help collect donations in Dartmouth, and tomorrow we're participating in a live broadcast in Halifax. I encourage everyone who is able to stop by 75 Acre Boulevard. It's open till 6 today, so got about a half hour if anyone can get there, and make a donation and say hi to the HRP officers that are on scene. And finally, as I mentioned earlier in the opening comments from the chair, I would just like to say one more time, everyone is invited to the 40th Annual Nova Scotia Fallen Police Officers Memorial Service. This is happening on Sunday, October the 16th at 1 p.m. in Grand Parade in downtown Halifax. I believe all members of the board, as I mentioned, have an invitation, and we will be sending out an invitation to new Commissioner Giles. We have a lot of great uptake and are looking forward to seeing members of the board when we meet to honor our fallen officers. The public, as stated, is also welcome to attend. And this year, Constable Heidi Stevenson will be added to the monument. So let us all join together, whether in person or virtually, on HRP's Facebook page to remember Nova Scotians, fallen peace officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone have questions or comments related to Chief's update? Mr. or Commissioner Giles and then Commissioner Kent.
Chief, thanks very much for that. Apropos your initial comments at the outset of your presentation, I have to underscore the great philosopher Will Rogers, who famously said, "All I know is what I read in the papers." And what I read in the papers is that this issue with respect to Dalhousie and its students is becoming more and more chronic. It started about 5 or 6 years ago. The assemblies are getting larger. They're spread further throughout the neighborhood. They're getting more aggressive in the sense of illicit drug use, illegal drinking, public fornication, aggressive actions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we now have notification that these events are taking place. And I'm just a little bit concerned about the suggestions in the media, and that's all I'm referring to. I don't have any specific information, obviously, about the force perhaps being underrepresented, officers being required to be called in from other areas, RCMP having to backstop officers called in from other areas, and things of that nature. And, I'm not suggesting a militaristic response by any stretch, but I am concerned about the issue of non-participant and officer safety in circumstances where there are large throngs of people acting irrationally and perhaps illegally and limited numbers of officers.
So thank you, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. So just a couple of overall comments and then perhaps a little bit of detail to the extent I can. Commissioner, I share your concern. There's nothing worse than having, our officers, and it's not isolated just to HRP officers. It's also isolated or inclusive of Halifax Fire, our paramedic teams that are coming in. And with every one of these incidents, first responder safety is paramount. Community safety is paramount. Participant safety is paramount. We have worked very hard and have a lot of dialogue with Dalhousie, a number of members there. We plan very early in the year for these events. You may know that there is places online that promote and encourage students at the universities to participate, which, there's some work to be done in that area as well. We plan for what we know, and based on information and intelligence that we gather in advance, and we speak to the community, we speak to the participants. We're out in advance going to all the houses that are student residences. We're making those connections in advance. One thing that we can never be sure of exactly how many people will attend. We were out early on Saturday morning, as we have been in past years. And we were out with a significant contingent of officers that were called in over and above our patrol strike. So we take these things into consideration. And those officers were deployed in the area, and they were committed for the entire day to do that interaction. And I can tell you, there was a lot of enforcement throughout the day to try to hopefully curb some of the behavior. I think on some level it did. There was a considerable amount of alcohol that was seized through the course of that. because it was being illegally consumed, illegally transported, those kind of things. So that happened throughout the day. We had a second contingent of officers that came in the evening and carried on that work throughout the evening. Unbeknownst to us, and we had no advance information, at approximately 10 p.m., about 2,000 students showed up. Those students, not all, but some were highly intoxicated. Some came with, violence. We saw fires being lit. We saw trees being climbed. We saw people jumping into the crowd and jumping on the street. We saw officers being assaulted, spat upon. When that happened, we have an obligation to ensure that we deploy resources appropriately across the city. And we did, in fact, have to deploy some resources from other areas into the core. And you're right, and we're very grateful for the work of our RCMP members who participated and assisted by covering some of the calls for service in those areas. And that's some of the work that goes on a regular basis between HRP and the RCMP. We regularly cover for each other, all in the interest of trying to keep people safe. And as we assess the scene, we eventually got a handle on it, and we're able to bring the situation under control, but not before the officers got injured. And we had a young man stabbed. We've got to change the way we do it. And it's not just the police being involved in it. We need to reach out and have connections with Dalhousie. And that's why I communicated with the president this week. I communicated in writing. I had previously spoken to him on the phone. We've had meetings. We need to find a way forward that's going to be amenable to everybody, keep our community safe, and ensure that our first responders are well protected. And we will deploy appropriately based on the information and based on what we know and how the crowd turned. And in my 3+ years here, we have not seen this level of violence and aggression from the participants. So certainly, to your point, we're going to be reassessing, and that goes on now. Debriefs are occurring, further conversation. But I welcome and appreciate your concern for the first responders out there, because it is important. If we don't have them present, and I'm sure, as you know, sir, we're not going to be able to do what we need to do to keep the community safe.
Thank you, Chief. Anything else, Commissioner?
Yeah, just a supplementary, Chief, and it may be premature to say one way or the other. And bearing in mind that Dalhousie is a very significant institutional citizen in our city and has been for more than 200 years, is enough being done on that end? And could there be more which is being done on that end? We do hear again in the media that Dalhousie's position is that its code of conduct for its students doesn't pertain to students who are not participating in activities on campus. Is that something that could change in your view? Is it something that should change in your view?
Well, I think the thing that has to change is we've got to do better collectively to ensure that, we mitigate what's going on. I don't think anybody thinks that we're going to eliminate the problem altogether, but we do have to have alternatives and other options for these students to celebrate, either their first or second year of university life. But that cannot extend into the safety hazards and the dangerous situations that we've seen occur over the weekend. So the short answer is to your question, yes, more needs to be done. I believe more can be done. I've opened up the dialogue and will continue to have it. And I can tell you that Dr. Sani is amenable to having those conversations and moving forward, and they are a valued partner. And we're going to do that work. And the most important thing that we need to do is start today, right? And my communication with Dr. Sani occurred on Monday morning. I made a number of calls through the weekend to various stakeholders, including the area councillor. So the dialogue is happening. And what I'm saying is we need to start that action today. So, it can't start in January. It's going to be too late. We need to start today fresh with what happened and start to make some serious change. And I'm committed to doing more. And my sense from our partners and others, including Dalhousie, they are committed to the same thing.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for those comments, and thank you, Commissioner Giles, for opening that door for this kind of information and conversation. your questions mirrored some of what I was interested in, so I'm kind of moving into another space. So Chief, I know that you, well, we know here the Halifax area tends to be sort of later in the queue for trends, behavioral trends, this kind of, you mentioned this is the first time we've had a situation to this degree with this much aggression. And so what we know that these kinds of things can happen, have already happened in other large cities, other police forces, and you are a member of the Canadian Association for Police Chiefs, and I think on a couple other, you're well positioned on a couple of other national forums where we could potentially learn from other jurisdictional areas and certainly your experience coming from Hamilton. So do you think that there's something that you can tap into there? From my perspective is how can we as a board help support the work that you're doing in that way, and how can those connections that you have to other people's experiences, like again, I'll speak to the conference later, but knowing that others have potentially experienced this before and since then grown into a well-established approach to this, can we do you have any interest in doing that?
Thanks, Commissioner, and through you, Chair, to the board. Yes, absolutely, we do. Commissioner Kent, we're monitoring the scene. We're well aware of what's occurring across the country and the varying levels of violence that do occur. You did mention Hamilton, and they recently passed a bylaw at the municipal level, increasing the fines for certain types of behavior, and I think the maximum fine is $10,000. So we're certainly looking at that. We're studying what's happened in Waterloo, in Kingston, at Queen's University, and various other universities across the country where this phenomena is occurring. I mentioned earlier that there's forces, I'll call it, out there that are promoting this type of behavior. So I think there's some work to be done there. And as I mentioned, we are putting our mind to that. I sit on the board of directors for the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. And this is a conversation that I can have at that table moving forward. That's a new position for me, but I'm very glad to be there, and I will have opportunity to speak with my colleagues across the country at the chief level, and continue those conversations. And how do we respond, and how do we best do it? I don't know if I captured this exactly from Commissioner Giles, but he did mention he's not saying we need a militarized state or something like that. And I think that's a very sound comment to make, because it is a balance, and it is a balance on how do we respond. We talked a lot about use of force in the first presentation. The times it should be used, the times it shouldn't be used, how we articulate its use when we do have to use it, and at what level do we respond. So we have to find that balance. And generally, almost always our response is based on the best intelligence that we have. If we come out, without enough resources, then we can face a certain situation. If we come at a higher level, then what's going to be there, then we have a different kind of situation. So we do our very best to make the response by the police, and it's not only the response; it's the presence. And it all starts with officers' presence in uniform. And as I mentioned, we started well in advance of the event on Saturday, and had that dialogue with the community, told them what was going to happen, all of those kind of things. But to your point, yes, we're looking and learning and listening to other communities that have gone through this. And this is not unique to Halifax, and I'm sure everybody knows that. The level of violence this year was unique. So that is going to call for a different type of response next year. I did have a conversation on Monday with some councillors and one of the local MLAs to have a conversation about, what does this look like and to be prepared for it. We can lock down streets. We can do those kind of things, and those kind of responses have to be discussed. They have to be contemplated. They have to be appropriate, and most importantly, I believe they need to be proportional. So yes, we are dialoguing with our counterparts across the country. We are trying to bring a proportioned, balanced response in the best interest of the community. and the participants. I can tell you that I've got many emails on the course of the weekend from residents, and I understand their frustration. And we are going to get some dialogue going with those residents as well. And the biggest part is, in my view, that initial consultation with the leadership at Dalhousie. And not for 1 second do I think that the situation there was restricted to only Dalhousie students. There were students from other universities and probably some of them from outside of Halifax. But Dalhousie has a role to play. They recognize it. We've committed to moving that forward, and we'll have the dialogue and best way forward. And we might need some help from council to say we need a little bit of a legislative change here, and how can we help and what can we do? And beyond that, and then I'll end it on this, and I apologize for going on. If we're going to go down that route, we also need support from the courts to say that, yes, we are going to support through this process if and in fact enforcement and charges are laid. So I'll leave it at that, Commissioner.
Thank you. And I'm just going to step in. I know Chair Smith's having some issues with his internet, so I'll just step in. And Vice Chair, so much weighty responsibility so early on. I believe it was Commissioner Akin next.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. To the Chief, sorry, I just quickly looked at my calendar. I couldn't find the invite for the 16th. I've been traveling a lot. It might be my fault. Can I ask for a favor that you resend to me, because I would love to attend that event?
Absolutely, through you, Vice Chair. We'll certainly send that out to you, Commissioner Akindojo, and the entire board as a reminder.
Thank you.
Commissioner Akindojo, Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess, and thank you so much, Chief, for this update and the opportunity to have a dialogue on what took place this past weekend. And I guess, part of the frustration for me and for you folks, I'm sure, is that you can do all the pre-work. You can chat with the students at the housing. You can do the intelligence. You can bring in extra officers and have yourself, ready for everything. But the unfortunate and frustrating part is that the technology out there today means that 2,000 students can be summoned with just a text. And I guess the greater question is, how do you deal with that? How do you combat that? And I guess, moving forward, as you guys ask the questions and get some answers, I think one of the ones too that needs to be asked is why Dal? What is it about this event that garners this type of reaction? Because we've got many post-secondary institutions in Halifax. So what is it about the Dal homecoming event that seems to elicit this type of response? But appreciate the opportunity to ask questions, and just hoping that the injured officers heal quickly. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner, and through you, Vice Chair. Really appreciate your comments. And you're exactly right. We're up against technology. We're up against the speed of communication. And there's short, long, and medium ways that we can deal with this. And I can tell you that we have had dialogue with a number of participants through Dal, and I see our public safety officer Amy Siciliano was on, and she's participating in those kind of discussions for long term. And how do we contribute to the social aspect of this, and what changes can we make? And then of course you have the medium term. How do we respond to the technology issues, and how do we prevent that kind of mass mail out? And that's another whole issue that is complex and challenging in and of itself. And the last part I'll say about it is, the immediate piece is we've got to maintain public safety, and we've got to respond, which is what we did. And I again commend not only all the HRP officers on the scene, but all first responders responding the way they did under the circumstances. And as I mentioned, this is not unique to Halifax. This is a student response, early coming in, celebrating all those kind of things. There's much more to it than that. But we are committed to working on it going forward and trying to mitigate some of the issues that are occurring.
Yeah, and actually, I just saw Jacques Dubé's note in the chat there. It appears that we were having the same thought at the same time. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Commissioner Blackburn. I thought I'd ask the other commissioners, give them one more round of questions before I close it off. I believe that's how Chair Smith normally does it. If anyone else wants to ask any questions, now would be a great time. Okay. So, first, Chief, I want to echo the points made by the other commissioners, and really commend the first responders for the work on the weekend. I'm, with that many people around, I'm sure it was a horrific situation to respond to, even with, all the planning that went on. So I guess I have a couple questions about that, and then I have some completely unrelated questions, if that's all right. So I heard Commissioner Kent talk about the role of the board, and I hear and I read with interest in the media about the letter that you sent to the president of Dalhousie, and I'm seeing here some comments from Mr. Dubé that there's a plan to meet with the president of Dalhousie later in October. So I'm wondering, the board has a duty to act as a conduit for the community, right? Between, in terms of establishing a relationship between police service providers and larger community. And so, just probably in light of the procedural wrangling from before, I'm not, probably going to bring a motion, but could there be something like an opportunity where, representatives from HRP, from the city, from, residents in the local area, and I think, Chief, you had talked about students who participated, right? And obviously there were large numbers of students who were highly intoxicated and engaged in illegal or dangerous activities. And then there's other university students who are present, right? And I wouldn't want to paint everyone with the same brush, where you have close to 4,000 people present. So can the board look at creating a possible forum, to have representatives from these different groups come together and talk about some of these larger issues going forward, kind of in the interest of public safety, right? So that would be my first question for you.
So thank you, Vice Chair, and through you to the board. There is a multi-stakeholder committee that meets currently. And as I mentioned, Amy Siciliano sits on it. A number of our partners from HRM, including the fire chief, we're having those kind of longer term conversations. So is there a role for the board to participate in that committee? I personally don't see why not. And they could join that. To your further question about whether the board forms their own committee, I think that's entirely the purview of the board to talk about the broader issues and responses. What occurred on Saturday was very much definitely a operational response that HRP was involved in, and it was a fluid and quick moving response and situation. So those operational things, they occur, and we know there are various mandates and roles and responsibilities, but certainly the broader issues, longer term planning, I think there's definitely a role for the board to play as the board sees fit.
Thank you, Chief. And I want to ask a different question. So I'm very glad to hear about the success of the recruitment effort. And it reminded me, about a month ago, I was able to have a discussion with an employee from HRM Human Resources who was involved in the research that was being conducted around issues around mental health and understaffing. And so I wondered, maybe this is a question for Chair Smith if his internet is working again, but if there was, any update on that study, obviously when the motion was brought for that, the idea was that could inform our deliberations at a future, budget time. And it's hard to believe the year's gone by so quickly, but we will be at budget time again quite soon.
Yeah, and appreciate the question, Vice Chair, and through you to the board. I don't have an update on that. I believe that's tasked out through HRM. It's relatively independent, I would say, from us, and I don't have a current update for you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And I believe.
Yeah, so thank you, Vice Chair, for holding down the fort. I still don't have internet, so I'm not on my computer, so you'll have to look at my picture as I speak until I try to figure out what's happening with my internet. Folks can hear me fine, though, right? I can only see one person at a time on my phone.
All good.
Just another
Yeah,
way.
we're good.
Okay, all right. Okay, great. So you're gonna have to write in the chat for me if you want to speak because I can't see everybody's face when they're going. I only got my internet back on Saturday evening, so I must have been too good to be true after the hurricane. So I think I think it's coming back to say nope, you don't get internet. So with that, So was anybody else left on the list, Vice Chair, or was that it?
I don't believe so, Chair Smith.
Okay, great. Thank you. So just to follow up, I missed part of the discussion because I was trying to log back on, and I think from what I heard, the sentiment was one, thank you, Chief and officers and all those who responded. I know it was tough and a situation that was unfolding in many different ways. So again, appreciate all the work the officers, and I had an opportunity to talk to an officer as well who was all day doing work related to response. So appreciate that for sure. And this might have been asked, I don't know, but I only have two questions. One is I know that it was mentioned in the press release that there were some officers injured. I'm wondering, and obviously you don't have to go into details, do we have officers who are off duty for a time because of their response from the weekend?
Yes. Yeah, through you, Chair, to the commission. Yeah, some officers were injured to the point where they did require to be off duty for some period of time for recuperative purposes.
Okay. Yeah, and that goes back to a point that was made earlier by Commissioner Giles, that if we're looking at response and complement and et cetera, if we have events like this where we're losing person power, which and the chief has said this in the past, that trying to do their best already. And so if we're losing on events that could be that could not happen in that sense, then that's very concerning. The other aspect is wondering, the other reports that we were hearing on the other side was that police were using pepper spray in a dangerous way. And I'm just wondering, you don't have to speak about that day specifically, but with the policy updates that we'll be working on in the future, do you know if any of those policies do talk about like the use of, and I'm not sure what category, irritants or pepper sprays, on how and when those should be implemented? Are we in the future, or does that fall under some of the operational policies?
My apologies there. I just had to get off mute. Through you, Chair, to the commission. Yes, so every use of force interaction is captured on what's called an SBOR report, or subject officer behavior report. And in that report, the officer has to articulate the type of force used, the reason the force was used, the time, the presence of other individuals, the type of situation they were faced, threat cues, that kind of thing. So all of that information must be documented and captured on a report, and it is in every instance. And those reports are ultimately sent after review, and whatever we need to gather from them, sent to the Department of Justice, so they have them as well, and can track the use of force interactions of the police in the province with the community. So they're definitely tracked. Articulation has to be provided. The situation, all of that is covered off in the reporting process, and that is covered off in policy.
Right. So is that policy part of the policies that you're doing the review in currently?
No, they're on the docket for refresh.
Okay.
The policies, and we'll explain, I guess, when we get to that part of the process. They eventually will be. but they're not in this current first wave.
Yeah, and that was the question. Okay, great. So we can dig a little more into that as we get there. Okay, so let me just get back to the chat here. All right, I don't see anyone in the chat. So going on to the next item. So thank you again, Chief. Appreciate the update to the RCMP Chief update.
Or sorry, Chair Smith, would it be all right if I asked a second question?
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Chief, I just wanted to ask one, again, a very policy focused question following up on Chair Smith's question. So I appreciate the reporting as it relates to use of force and, you know, the form that you had talked about. So my question relates to kind of the threshold for use of pepper spray in particular. So it's my understanding that under like RCMP policy federally that pepper spray can be used when subject is actively resisting or is combative or has the potential to cause death or serious bodily harm. So what I'm wondering is if and I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't know off the top of your head, but would that be the same threshold of use under the HRP policy?
I can't speak, and through you, Chair, to the board, I can't speak to the RCMP federal policy. You know, I think what might be appropriate, and what I can tell you is that all police interactions start with officer presence, and that's an officer there in uniform. And then we begin to go to use of force options, tactical communication, empty hand techniques, hard hand techniques, use of aerosol, all spray, baton. So I could speak to it. I just don't know that the board is prepared to receive that, and unless that is the will of the board, I could do my best. What I would suggest, perhaps, for the consumption of the board, is a presentation on use of force from our training staff, from the experts that do train our frontline members. We'd be happy to set that up for the board and give you the opportunity to you know, delve into it a little bit deeper. And it's kind of, the example I'll use is I don't think it's a 5-minute conversation. I think it's a much longer one to properly bring that information to the board. But as I say, I can't speak to what the RCMP policy is. Can get into ours if need be, but probably would be best to have the experts here, the ones that are doing it and dealing with it and training our members. But I'll leave it up to the chair for his consideration.
Anything further, Commissioner?
No, I would just say that that's fine by me, Chief. I don't want to put you on the spot. So if we can look at a presentation down the road, you know, now it's the second time in one meeting we've talked about use of force. So, you know, it is clearly an area of interest to the commission and to the public, I would say more generally. So, you know, hearing from the experts would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, moving to RCMP updates.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the board. For the benefit of our new Commissioner Giles, my welcome. My name is Jeremy Landry. I'm an inspector with the RCMP, currently acting as the Halifax District Commander since June. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that September 30th was the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and that we have also some promotions that I'd like to advise the board. The first one is Corporal Jessica Welk, who graduated from the RCMP Training Academy in May of 2009. She was posted to Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, and in July of 2011, she transferred here to Nova Scotia and spent 3 years as a general duty investigator working in Savaganakety First Nation. In July of 2014, Corporal Welk accepted a transfer to our Integrated Criminal Investigation Division and spent 5 years as an investigator working in a variety of specialized units. In September of 2019, Corporal Welk went to Ontario and took an assignment with serious and organized crime in Toronto, and she returned to Nova Scotia in 2020 to Sheet Harbour. She recently got promoted to be in charge of the Sheet Harbor Detachment. We congratulate her on her promotion. Corporal Jeff Stevens, another promotion. He began his career in 2006 in Fort McMurray. He then transferred to Fort Resolution, Northwest Territories. Followed by that, he went to Cole Harbor Detachment and then to our Criminal Investigation Division here in the city. Corporal Stevens took on an acting sergeant role while in Criminal Investigation Division in January of 2021, and recently has been promoted to the corporal position in Musquodoboit Harbor. We also congratulate him. A few new arrivals to Halifax District. We have Constable Charles Buddybo, who is 22 years of age and is from the Montreal area. Prior to being recruited in the RCMP, he was a student with the Montreal Police Service, and also was a student at the technology program in Cégep. We welcome Constable Buddybo to Halifax District. We then have Sergeant Matt Hallett, who transferred to Halifax District just recently in September. He's currently in Sackville, and he comes to us from many years of experience on the emergency response team in Edmonton. Prior to Edmonton, he was also in Nunavut for 4 years and 3 years in the Northwest Territories in the capacity of general duty investigations and emergency response. It's noteworthy that Sergeant Hallett was born and raised in HRM. We also have Constable William Sturgeon, who recently arrived to Cole Harbor. He has 15 years of service. He has a broad range of policing experiences throughout Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Ontario. Most recently arriving from Ontario as a digital forensic services investigator in London. In that role, he supported federal and international investigations as a fully trained tech crime investigator, specializing in cell phone forensics, but with specific experience with encryptions, password cracking, and data recovery techniques. Prior to working in that field, he was posted to the National Decision Cybercrime Team in Ottawa, working with a number of international partners, preparing judicial authorizations, mutual law enforcement requests, and preparing the release of digital data from Canadian providers. We welcome Constable Sturgeon to Halifax District. He will be a great asset for us here. I'd also like to echo the Chief's comments on the topic of supporting each other. That is not unique to one incident. The RCMP has called upon the HRP many times for their support for policing in the HRM, whether it be police dog services or whether it be general duty frontline response or otherwise. And we gladly provide our support to them as well. That's what makes this such a successful integrated relationship. And I wanted to acknowledge that. On September the 5th, some operational successes. You may have seen there was a disturbing video that was circulating on YouTube and Facebook of a youth that was jumped and beaten by a group of other youths, approximately 10. That came to the attention of police, and it was believed to have occurred in Middle Sackville. Our community action response team took carriage of that investigation, liaised with the local councillor and community representatives. It was through an investigation that identified the suspects and the victim. We have cooperative witnesses that are providing statements, and several arrests are imminent. We also have an incident on September 23rd where a break and enter reported at Heb Shell on Sackville Drive, where a suspect vehicle was seen leaving the scene. RCMP located the suspect vehicle and followed it through Sackville and over to Hammonds Plains, where it pulled into a business. 2 suspects fled on foot, and 1 suspect was quickly apprehended with the assistance of both RCMP and HRP members. One suspect was also tracked by RCMP Police Dog Services where clothing was located during the track. The investigation continues into the identity of that second person who was not located at the scene, although stolen cigarettes that had been stolen from the gas station were recovered. On September 23rd as well, we saw the effects of Hurricane Fiona and into the weekend. Our 7 offices throughout the district were ready for the storm with portable or fixed generators, jerry cans, satellite phones, food and water, and many more. Power went out at each of our sites, but with minimal disruption to operations. Communications was an issue at times, especially in the outskirts, which was mitigated by the use of satellite phones to connect with our other members and IES dispatchers. We are looking at an after action report. We will be doing one. We'll be looking at our business continuity plans again and looking to see where improvements can be made. It's important that when we have these unfortunate incidents, that we learn from them and that we are better. During the storm, I want to highlight one of our officers, Sergeant Tim Doyle, who was the acting watch commander on Saturday, and he brought a chainsaw with him to work. There was an elderly lady who couldn't get out of her driveway, so he cut the tree up, moved it aside to allow her to get out. There were a number of reports of members manually moving trees and debris in between responding to calls for service. This highlights the commitment that we have to our communities. September 24th, we had unfortunately an 81-year-old man suffering from dementia that went missing from his residence during the storm. We had Ground Search and Rescue, Joint Rescue Coordination Center, and Department of Natural Resources that assisted us in the search. Unfortunately, we believe at this time that the man was swept out to sea. We offer our sincere condolences to his family and friends and all that knew him. Quickly on traffic and impaired driving, between September 1st and September 29th, we had a total of 12 stunting tickets that were issued by the RCMP in Halifax District. So stunting is when a vehicle is caught traveling at 50 kilometers or more over the posted speed limit. There's other factors that could also involve why someone is charged with stunting. And one of those examples was on September 14th in Fall River. A vehicle was caught driving through a red light at approximately 60 kilometers an hour in Fall River in front of the Sobeys. The vehicle then did a brake burn in the parking lot of the Shoppers Drug Mart. That driver found himself facing a stunting ticket along with his vehicle being taken away by a tow truck. A couple notable events to advise the board. On September 12th, we had the distinct pleasure of hosting Commissioner Kent at RCMP Depot Division. And between October 2nd and 4th, I had the distinct pleasure of attending the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Conference that was held in Ottawa. During this conference, there was a call to action for all police leaders, and it's one that I commit to. We need to visibly commit to diversity, and we need to hold other people accountable for behavior that goes against our core values and is not in keeping with what we expect of our police. We need to be humble as police leaders. We need to admit our faults and we need to admit our mistakes, and we have to commit to be better. We also need to be curious about others. We need to have an open mind without judgment. We need to understand others with empathy. We also need to improve our cultural intelligence. I can't stress that enough. We need to collaborate with others, and we need to ensure that our officers, our employees of all categories feel psychologically safe in our workplaces and that the people that we deal with in the community feel psychologically safe with us. Unless there's questions, Chair, that's all from Halifax District. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inspector. Anyone have questions or comments?
I do, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kent.
Thank you. So Jeremy, thank you for that. And couple of things. I want to express how much I enjoyed my experience at the depot. Thank you very much for arranging that when I was in Saskatchewan. I had the pleasure as well. It was really nice to hear Constable Baribeau's name come forward today in your message of new arrivals on the team. He, in fact, was part of the cadet, the graduating class where I got to inspect the troops, and as well had a private conversation with him just briefly before he was given his badge and taking his oath. So it was very special. What was abundantly clear to me is the degree of which I believe the public has no sense at all of the training, the facility, the intensity, and what the cadets recruits go through, the candidates go through before they become RCMP officers. It is quite impressive, and I highly encourage anyone on our board or anyone who goes out to Saskatchewan who has some connection to the RCMP, try to get yourself in there because it's really, really impressive. And it's you know, it's comforting as well to know that the rigors that they're going through. It's I was also lucky enough to have a chat with the commander, Barissa Muse, and it turns out that she was a member in Yarmouth with my brother-in-law and knows my sister, so that was kind of neat for me. The experience that I had out there, I think solidified a lot of some of the insight that we hear a lot from policing agents in general, whether it's HRP or RCMP, but certainly the RCMP perspective on the degree of which what you're coming to the table with. And so it's quite impressive. And again, thank you for giving me that opportunity. I also arrived the day after Constable Heidi Stevenson was commemorated on the monument there on fallen members, along with a couple of others. And I was able to see that monument and visit the chapel where her name is listed in a very special book that is kept to commemorate that. So it certainly felt very personal to me in that visit. So I'll leave it there. I just wanted you to know that how much I appreciate it. And I encourage anyone else who might have the chance to go to try to do something like that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, and I guess we'll get to hear a little bit more about that visit later on in the meeting. So looking forward to that. Remember, just write in the chat if you want to speak, because I can't see everybody on my phone here. So anybody else with questions, comments?
Oh, if I could, Mr. Chair, just quickly, it's
Yeah.
Lisa. And if I'm looking distracted, I just looked out the window and realized my husband is in the backyard with one of those chainsaws on a pole. So if I get up and run out of the room quickly, you'll know things have gone horribly wrong. Thank you so much, Inspector. I just wanted to again thank you and the team for the action taken in the Middle Sackville incident. It was definitely appreciated by the community how the community response team jumped into action to not only work with me but to work with the community, and certainly the feedback I've received from the community, it's much appreciated. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's me, Chair. I know you cannot see my hand, but I'm just going to jump in quite just quickly. Thank you again for the report. I just wanted to ask further concerning business continuity and your experience when there was power failure. And I also want to find out from Chief Dan too as well, what was his own experience. Are we saying there's no backup power for the RCMP and probably HRP when such things happen? We might be having more of these instances. I noticed my factory is in Dartmouth, and it was the biggest fear for us that the whole place was in total darkness, and all the security appliances, including alarms, were not in operation. And that's giving us a bit of worry, as that leaves us very, very open to all sort of things at that period. We had 3 days of that, and I've had to go to the office or to go to the factory to check. Some buildings around that area had people coming overnight to see that. But for us, for the police command centers not to have generators or backup powers to support logistics, that is a little bit worrisome. Can you please give us a little bit insight into that?
Thank you, Commissioner, and through you, Chair, to the board. I can advise that all of our detachments in Halifax District do have generator capacity. Some detachments have more functionality than others. So, for example, in Cold Harbor, the detachment is able to function as normal with a large enough generator that is on site. It's the same with our Lower Sackville office. We just actually had a new generator installed. It wasn't hooked up to the electrical panel right before the storm, but that will be done very, very shortly, although the old generator did do its purpose. The only challenge there is it cannot necessarily run all of the detachments. Like you see in your home, for example, you may have a generator, you may be able to run your fridge, a freezer, maybe the plug for the essentials, like your TV, for example, can't go without that. So we have the same type of functionality in Halifax District, is our detachments do run on generators. We just may not be able to access all of the detachment, but it does not impact operations. And we have the full functionality within the police vehicles as well. Paperwork can be completed in the car. So we are looking at our business continuity plans to tweak them. I would say they're quite robust as they are. They identify, secondary or backup locations that we will use in the event we lose power somewhere. For example, if Lower Sackville goes down, we would use the Cold Harbor detachment as our backup location. So no concerns with regards to our ability to provide a policing service with these storms. Yes, there are some disruptions, as you would normally expect, but those disruptions do not in any way impact public safety or our ability to provide that policing service. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we can have Chief also respond on that question.
Thanks, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. We had very similar to what the RCMP has in place, we have in place. We were well prepared heading into the weekend. We're in contact not only with our RCMP colleagues, Jeremy and I were talking throughout the day, but also with, all of our colleagues at HRM. And we did experience some disruptions here at Central headquarters. We have an aging building here, but we do have generator power and backup. At no time were operations or our ability to respond or provide emergency police services affected by that. But to the inspector's point, we are also always reviewing and looking at our business continuity plans, making sure that we have things covered off, and obviously we'll do that. But yeah, we did have some disruptions that we were able to work around, mostly through the great work and quick response of HRM and HRP staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gauss.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Inspector, my comment is a little bit more pedestrian against the backdrop of some of the ones just made. But I wanted you to know that I've been a participant for about 5 or 6 years in the Queen Elizabeth II Health Sciences Center Foundation Ride for Cancer, which for a lot of reasons now takes place principally on Highway 3. My understanding from the organizers, and I'm not one, I'm just a participant and the captain of the team here at McGuinness Cooper. My understanding from the organizers is that they've had some difficulty obtaining traction with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police with respect to some kind of presence on the roadway during the course of the event. That was not the case this year, and I understand that a Corporal Prasad, perhaps from Tantalon Detachment, maybe with 1 or 2 colleagues from the detachment as volunteers, provided a presence on the highway. And I also understand from the organizers that the riders felt, as a result, much safer this year. And I can tell you that in the 213 kilometers I rode on Saturday, I never heard a single car horn, and only once did I feel threatened by a vehicle. So it was a sea change in the safety aspect of the ride, and everybody recognized it, and everybody was commenting on Corporal Prasad and his intervention. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner, and we are happy to continue to support that event in years to come.
I'm Chair Smith. I don't think there's any other commissioners looking to ask questions.
Did we lose Lindell?
I think we lost Jeremy too. There he is. Okay.
No, Lindell was on hotspot, so that might have
In,
that might not have worked out.
I see we have a lot of other items on the agenda, so maybe we should move on unless anyone else wants to ask a question.
Mr. Chair, looking at the, if I could just interject here, looking at the agenda and the time, I know we're probably soon going to start to see some folks potentially dropping off. I would be happy to defer my report on the CPEG conference to another meeting. It's not as important as some of the other items.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Kent. I see Landry has his hand up, so I'll go.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and through you to the board. I just wanted to make sure that Commissioner Giles heard my response after Commissioner Kent thought that I had disappeared. I just wanted him to know that I heard his comment, and I thank him for acknowledging Corporal Deepak Prasad, and that we would gladly support that initiative in the coming years. Thank you.
I did hear that comment, Inspector, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm wondering if colleagues want to move on. Oh, Chair Smith.
Oh man, yeah, internet. I'm back on my phone. I tried to be fancy and it didn't work. So I'm back on my phone. Hotspot didn't work. I was going to ask, and if folks want to take a quick 5-minute break before we go into the next item, 10.2.1, or if folks just want to keep going. I know we're getting close to our end time. So I'm just looking at, I'm just going to scroll through the individual folks. A thumbs up for a 5-minute break, or do you want to keep going?
Mr. Chair, entirely up to you, but as I indicated in the chat, I do have to leave the meeting in about 10 minutes to attend a meeting that starts at 7 o'clock, unfortunately.
Thank you for letting me know ahead of time. Do folks need some time, or do you want to keep going?
I'm okay with keeping going.
Okay. Thumbs up to keep going, folks. All right, so thumbs up. All right, so Our next item is 10.2.1 Halifax Regional Police Strategic Policy Refresh and Release Project. So Chief Casella, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the commission. You will have had a report distributed that we prepared and sent out with your board package. Hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to read it. We have for some time now been discussing our policy refresh. That work continues to be ongoing. We're moving forward with that, and more recent discussions and presentations have been around HRP moving to having their policies available online to the extent that we can, and we're appropriately vetting them and those kind of things. So one of the things that we have committed to do is move forward with that. Today we have 3 policies that we're suggesting can go and be put as part of our online presence. When policies don't need to be vetted for public consumption, we certainly won't do that. And the examples were the recent off-duty and extra-duty policies that we did share with the board and have since now been put out publicly. There are others that we have, and there is an opportunity, subject to the board's wishes and the chair's aware, to have an example of that in an in-camera session for the board's contemplation. But the policy speaks for, or the report, I believe, speaks for itself and covers off what our intention is to do. We would be the first service within Atlantic Canada to get to this point. We've studied and liaised with the Vancouver Police Department, Toronto Police, Waterloo, and London Police Service, as I believe they are the services that are either already online or moving that way. We think it's a good thing to be as transparent as possible. We know the board feels the same way. We're looking forward to moving forward with that. We do have some work to do in regards to waivers and ensuring that policies are well covered and protected. We are working very closely with HRM Legal on that, and obviously our in-house subject matter experts. So I'll leave it at that and open up the floor to anticipated questions.
All right, so first on the list is Commissioner Blackburn, and just write in the chat if you want to get on the list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the update, Chief. I'm just, I guess, looking for more of a timeline on this. Or do we have the ability, or do you guys have the ability to sort of sign off on the website, the format? I saw that was one piece of the work that has to be done. But once that website, the format is signed off on, do we have the ability to go live with that and just sort of populate it with the approved policies as they come forward, just so we can start to establish that presence online?
Yes, and then through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, absolutely, that's the plan. And I'm sure you recall, you were the precipitator and impetus for this, probably in the area of 2 years ago, and it does take time, but absolutely. We want to get the ones that can go forward. We've got 3 for consideration today. Once we work through some of the limitation of information, the copyright waiver issues, which we're going to do with HRM Legal, we don't expect that to take too long. We should be able to bring them forward and put them up and available for consumption. As I mentioned, some will have redactions, some will not have any. It just depends on the contents. We'll be relying on the MGA and Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act, those kind of things to vet them against. And our goal is to get them up and running as soon as we can.
So is it, would it be safe to say that we could probably see an online presence of some policies by the end of the year?
Yeah, our hope is actually that it would be in December sometime that we could get that up.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Chrisley.
Thank you, Chair Smith. And thank you, Chief, for this report. It's Obviously, this is something that the board has heard about a couple times now, but it's nice to have it all here on paper, you know, both in terms of the policy refresh and then the release of the policies. So my question relates primarily to the policy refresh. And, you know, I think I asked you a version of this question at a previous meeting, but, you know, the board has a duty under the act to provide policies, to recommend policies, to ensure that policing priorities, policing policies are in keeping with community values. You know, I think ensuring that those duties are met, that the board does what it's supposed to do is important to everyone. So I guess I'm wondering, you know, what would you foresee as being the role of the board in the ongoing policy refresh?
Well, through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, I think that's a conversation that, you know, you and I have had. You've come to the station, you've looked at our current state of the policies. I think that's a dialogue that we have to continue to have to see where does the board fit in from a governance perspective. Where does a service fit in from the operational perspective? Ensuring that you know, we do protect the integrity of the law enforcement issues that we have to deal with, while we you know, ensure that we're as transparent as we can with the public. So I think we need to have a dialogue, Commissioner, and see where we go. And I'm sure you have some ideas on that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. I think we can look at setting a meeting to talk about that. And I guess my hope would be that we could arrive somewhere where there was, for instance, like a policy subcommittee of the board. You know, in the board's work planning session from last year, there was a big desire to kind of look at moving towards a committee structure to ensure that more work could be done in between meetings and that there was, you know, kind of less work had to be done in the meetings themselves. So, you know, if that's something that we could look at, you know, I could see, you know, both the board members themselves and, you know, also in keeping with our duty to act as a conduit to the community, potentially members of the public or subject matter experts could play an important role in both in terms of identifying possible policies for refresh and in that refresh process itself. So let's have that conversation, you know, sometime soon, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, to the Commissioner. Yeah, I think absolutely we need to have that dialogue. Our intention is to bring to the board the policies we intend to make public, so you're able to you know, understand what's in there, know what policies they are coming forward. And another example of that is the extra duty, off duty policies, you know, that are the purview of the board. Those have been made public in all efforts to be transparent. And we're going to continue to do that work and have that dialogue with you as the board.
Great, thank you, Chief.
Oh, no, Commissioner Blackburn is gone. Anyone else with questions, comments? Okay. I have nothing. Commissioner Chrisley actually hit on what I wanted to speak about, so I'm good to move to the next item if nobody else has any comments or questions. Okay, so the next item is 10.31. Oh, sorry, 10.22. Halifax Regional Police and Royal Canadian Mounted Police extra duty and off-duty employment policies. And we'll start with Inspector Jeremy Landry, since we've been putting Chief first, and then we'll go to Chief Kinsella, who probably has more to share.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the Commission. When we look at this topic, just so that the phraseology is the same, so we understand, when we're talking about extra duty employment in the RCMP, it's essentially extra duty pay or extra duty employment would simply be you're performing your regular role, except you're perhaps doing it on an overtime capacity, for example. So for example, if there was a particular shortage on a watch that required us to bring in additional officers, that would form part of the extra duty employment, where they'd be compensated at an overtime rate for their role. When we talk about off-duty employment, what we're referring to here is actually secondary employment, which is governed by regular member and reservists under their collective agreement and stringent administration manual policies within the RCMP that talk about conflict of interest. So, for example, an RCP officer participating in any sort of outside employment and activities, we find that it can actually be in the employees and the organization's best interest, as long as it doesn't create any sort of actual, apparent, or potential conflict of interest, such as creating the appearance that it could interfere with the objectivity of the police officer performing their roles. So what we do in cases like this, when an officer does wish to seek approval for secondary employment outside of the RCMP, they have to make such a request in writing that is reviewed and either supported or not supported by their chain of command. Ultimately, in the RCMP in Nova Scotia, the administration and personnel officer, who is at the rank of superintendent, has the final say on whether or not any sort of extra duty activity will be approved. Just to give you some context, some of the extra duty, extra employment outside activities that our officers in Halifax District have done over the last 10 years is Canadian Armed Forces support, airport VIP transportation, some with regards to health and wellness, one radio station support, one business analyst, funeral home hearse driver, law school instructor, executive coaching and mentoring, security manager with Health Canada, network integrity consultant, police association support, and book publishing. Happy to answer any specific questions regarding RCMP policy and extra duty pay and extra duty employment that any of the commissioners might have.
Thank you, Mr. Spector. What I'll do is I'll get Chief Stella to do his presentation. If folks have questions for both, they can just ask at the same time.
Thanks, Chair, and through you to the Commission. So we have two distinct policies which you are in possession of. We have our off-duty policy, which is where members are choosing to do duties other than police work, other than police, train duties in their off time. And there's a list of which have been provided in the policy. There's a list of areas that they cannot participate in. Each of the members on the service, if they want to participate in off-duty activities, they do need to apply to the chief at the beginning of each year, describing what they would like to participate in. I obviously do an evaluation of it and either grant or do not grant. And then, there's a lot of provisos and kind of rules that go along with that. So the members made aware of them, and they go and they do their activities, and they're off duty when they do it. It's not related to policing. They don't wear their uniform. They don't take any of their equipment with them, and they carry on with whatever their particular endeavor is. And we have a myriad of all kinds of jobs that people participate in. The inspector mentioned the reserves. That's one. Woodworking, cabinet making, DJ services, those kind of things. So the other policy that you have relates to extra duty. And extra duty is a long-standing process and program that not only HRP has had, but all police services, I would say, across the country. And primarily, those duties are done and hired out as police officers, wearing the uniform and those kind of things. So we do races. We do security at races. We most recently, that's been in the news. I've been asked and hired to work at a Superstore, the NSLC. We work at liquor establishments downtown based on an application process that the buyer, so to speak, of the services puts in place. And we evaluate each of those and decide whether they will be able to proceed. So that's the basic difference between extra duty and off duty. There are some certain benefits to extra duty. They have a police presence at whatever it may be, a road race, a parade, a private business that wants to hire police. Generally, private businesses that hire them have some sort of compelling reason to have the police. Either violence has occurred or something of that nature, where they feel that the presence of a police officer will be a deterrence to the extent that potential criminality may not occur because the officer is there. So those are the fundamental differences. I think the most notable fact for you as the board is that the board is basically required under the Police Act to establish an on-duty an off-duty and an extra-duty policy. This board adopted the two policies that you have in January of 2020. These policies are on the list to be refreshed. They are fairly robust. They do need some refreshing, but they still allow for the appropriateness of the function that the policy is covering to be completed. So, I look forward to the review with the board of these two particular policies in particular, and facilitating a discussion on next steps. So, subject to any questions, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Sorry, it just takes me a second to get between screens here. So, Commissioner Gauss.
Thanks very much for that, Chief. Just a quick question. When I hire a police constable or a police officer of any sort, am I hiring the full deal? That's a trained person who comes to my premises in uniform, armed and equipped as she or he would be in their normal everyday working life?
Yes, that's correct. And through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, that's exactly it. And they are actually on duty at that point in an extra duty capacity.
Okay, so when I hire that person through the department.
That's correct.
And I pay the department.
You pay the municipality, and the municipality pays the officer. There are, if a cruiser is required, there's an extra charge for that. There's an administration fee that's required. So that's how the payment occurs.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Pritchett.
Thank you, Chair Smith. So I just maybe one comment before I ask just a quick clarification question. So, and again, Chief, I appreciate you bringing this policy forward. I think it's a great place to start in terms of getting the policies out there for transparency's sake and for the public, particularly where this issue was in the media fairly recently. So I'm hopeful that we can have a dialogue about this and look at what the board's role could be in the larger policy refresh generally and specifically as it relates to this policy. That would be kind of my comment. And I think I've forgotten my question, so I'm going to move on if that's all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Critch. It will come back to you. Anyone else? Well, in the meantime, I don't see anybody, so I'll just ask a quick question. So I also want to say, well, thank you that we had this, and I know it was one of those policies that we said that we would have available, and we'll make sure that's updated in the locations that it should be updated for folks to be able to access it. But what I want to say though is it's being able as a police commissioner and in our role to be able to look at the policy and get an understanding of the inner workings was very helpful for me, because it answered a lot of questions that I didn't realize I had. Example, how the application process works. Could there be a conflict of interest if an officer really enjoys what the place that he works, that they are stationed at? What if they are offered a job? And having all that aspect in the policy to be able to see, I think was very helpful in knowing that these things have been thought about and there are policies behind it. And if there are issues, there's a lot of things were covered where if something does occur, there's a place to point. And because we didn't have the information, it was very difficult to know that was happening. So again, I think it's so important for us to be able to see these things, because I feel like if this wasn't in front of us and we were having discussion again today, there'd be a lot more people with their hands up wanting to ask questions. So I just want to say that if we can continue to get information like this, I think it actually helps us to be able to move the ball forward. The only question I had, and I don't know who captures this, and maybe this is a question at budget, but Chief, do you know where would be captured in terms of all the money that has come in, really, the money that we received from businesses related to extra duty?
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. A good question, and through you to the board. So all of the money that comes in for this is captured in our finance department. It's counted as revenue, and obviously the expenses part of it generally is the money that goes out to the officer, and then there is a very small amount of money that is made for the use of the vehicle, the administration fee. But both of those fees go to maintenance of the vehicle and upkeep and paying for the administration of the service. We actually have an entire unit, it's called Special Events Unit, that looks after scheduling, booking, tracking, ensuring the distribution is fair. And the other thing I will say is we can't meet the demand. So oftentimes, and we make no guarantees if anyone asks for the service, oftentimes we can't meet the demand. So extra duty does go unfilled. So the full accounting is there, and we can certainly make that available to the board.
Thank you again. Nobody has written in the chat, so I am going to move on. Again, thanks, Chief, for the information, and also Inspector as well. Oops, sorry, I muted myself. Okay, so our next item is 10.31, Commissioner Critchley, improving the accessibility of victim services.
Thank you, Chair Smith. So I can read the motion is that right? Or?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So the motion reads that the Chair of the Board of Police Commissioners direct the Chief Officer of the Halifax Regional Police and recommend the District Commander of the Halifax District RCMP prepare staff reports outlining strategies for improving the accessibility of victim services, including the feasibility of possible advantages and disadvantages of making victim services independent from police service.
Seconder?
Commissioner Kent seconded it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kent. Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith. So I obviously I've provided the rationale in writing, so I'm just going to go quite briefly through that. So what I would say, just to introduce this motion, is that there's ongoing concerns both around Canada and here in our municipality specifically regarding the accessibility of victim services. And I would say that these concerns are felt most acutely for racialized and marginalized victims of crime, including survivors of intimate partner violence and sexual violence, as well as people involved in sex work. And I would suggest that victim services were a major area of concern for the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. The final report into that inquiry identified the important role that victim services programs play, describing it as instrumental in building relationships that support Indigenous families, navigating the criminal justice system. However, the report also identified a number of concerns and shortcomings associated with the current delivery of victim services. Those were related to things like funding, accessibility, the focus and mandate of those services, and the kind of cultural specificity and cultural competence of those services, particularly in terms of meeting the needs of Métis, Inuit, and First Nation women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ people. And as a result, Call for Justice 5.6 of the report had, a recommendation. I'm going to read two aspects of the recommendation. So 5.6 sub 2 recommended that there be adequate and reliable, culturally relevant and accessible victim services for members, family members and survivors of crime. And sub 5 read that victim services must be independent from prosecution services and police services. What I want to note is that beyond this national report, the inaccessibility of victim services was also recently highlighted in the 2022 report entitled "We Matter and Our Voices Must Be Heard," which was prepared by staff from the Avalon Sexual Assault Center, Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, and Wellness Within for the Mass Casualty Commission. And this report included the perspectives of women who either had direct experiences with the perpetrator, witnessed his behavior, or knew others in the community who were impacted in some way by him. And the Avalon report, which I included together with the motion, found that the perpetrator preyed in particular on vulnerable and Black women through his work as a denturist and regularly exchanged dental work for sex. And regarding victim services specifically, the report concluded, our findings reveal that victim services are lacking in accessibility and too often have barriers in place for survivors of domestic violence and sexual violence. Victim services supports are also attached to RCMP, HRP, and police, which is a barrier for many marginalized victims who have experienced or witnessed violence from the police. And as a result, the Avalon report made two relevant recommendations. The first being that victim services be untasked from the police and instead funded and provided within community. And the second being that the mandate of victim services be expanded to include all victims of violence by providing accessible and low barrier services, which services need to be accessible and visible in rural communities. And so I've provided that background. I want to preface this motion by saying that I have the utmost respect for the work of victim services. Obviously, we've received presentations from victim services staff in the past. So nothing that I'm saying here is intended to at all be pejorative towards the important work that goes on both by staff and by volunteers. But I wanted to bring this motion, really the report from Avalon about, that was presented to the Mass Casualty Commission was really just so horrifying that I thought that it was incumbent upon the board to kind of look at that part of it that was relevant to our mandate, not being the victim services piece, where victim services is a service that the police are obligated to provide under the Police Act. So again, independence can mean different things to different people. So for instance, I without kind of prejudice and staff reports that I'm asking for, there could be steps taken, for instance, to move the office to a more neutral location, as has been done with professional standards. There could be an attempt to, relocate the unit, relocate the unit to a different business unit within the HRM. My hope is that a staff report can look into these things, engage in some consultation, look at what's going on in other places in Canada, and then bring that back for the board's consideration. So that would be my comments, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before I go to members, there's a couple, and we had an opportunity to speak about this for coming to the meeting, and I know Marty wants to jump in. So before Marty jumps in, one of the aspects that I think Marty is going to highlight is, well, the legality piece. I'm not going to speak on that, but if we have the two reports, and Jock, if Jock is still in the meeting, I can't see or not. Jacques, I'd wonder if you can just speak a little bit about the two studies that we have coming up that will somewhat, I don't know to what extent, and deal with some of the questions that are attached to this motion, which could potentially mean, and I'll look to the commission if this is where they want to go, if those reports come forward and they don't deal with the questions at hand in this motion, could this motion then come back at a later time? But there are a legality aspect of it as well. So I'm just wondering,
Chair, before we get into the debate of that portion, I think we need to discuss whether part of this motion is even in order.
Yeah, so before we get to that, I just wonder if
my concern is that we'll end up speaking, and Jacques may want to hear first what part of the motion is in order to sort of inform what he's going to say.
Okay, well, if I'll take your legal advice, and you can share that.
Okay, I think that there's a problem with part of this motion, not a whole, but I see two parts to this motion. One part of this motion is basically to find out through a staff report how victim services are being carried out within the municipality, within the regional police, and within the RCMP, and basically to look at, I guess it's an open question. The motion is written in a way that it presumes, I guess, that the way those services are being delivered now is inadequate. So in that part of the motion, to the extent that it is looking for information or looking to know how these services are being carried out, is in order. The problem is with the rest of the motion. The rest of the motion, anything to do with part of the motion dealing with removal of victim services from police, is out of order. And the reason it's out of order is that the Police Act itself provides that one of the services to be delivered, where a municipality has a police department, one of the services to be delivered by that police department is victim services. So short of changing the legislation, those services would continue, could not be removed from the police department in that sense. So that part is out of order. The other part is certainly in order and open for discussion. That's it.
Okay. Jacques, or I'm not sure who else from the CEO's office might be able to speak on some of the work that's already happening related to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you to the board. So there are two studies on the go right now that are being directed by council. Number one is a review of the police services itself. So we engage, council is engaged through the office of the CAO consulting firm to look at police, the structure of policing in the HRM. So how is it being delivered, right? And that report is going to come before council at some point, likely before the end of this year. And at that point, council will give direction as to what the next steps are. And the other report, which is actually the one that's being led by the CAO's office through the office of my senior public safety advisor, who is Amy Siciliano, is looking at a report or recommendations as to how we can enhance what I call the soft side of policing. In other words, how do we improve on victim services? How do we, how can we provide additional resources? It's not about defunding police. Defunding police is a term used by some, but in my world, what it really means is adding resources, additional resources to address, counseling services, social services, victim services. Can we send in unsworn officers in certain situations based on assessments and and risk assessments, as opposed to sworn officers. Can we send in other kinds of folks? So Amy is doing that report, and it's all part of the larger public safety strategy work that we're renewing our public safety strategy. And that report is intended to come before council again sometime likely early in the new year at this point. And so you're going to have council will have a police services review report coming to it sometime between now and the end of the year. And the other report, which is Amy's report, which is all about looking at variety of interventions and investing more money into and resources into those kinds of interventions, which is somewhat related to this motion. So I guess my own view on this is that I agree with Marty. The part of the motion is out of order. The other part of the motion, you might want to defer this until you get to see the public safety strategy and the recommendations that are coming from Amy and her work and her team sometime early in the new year. And if we're going to be wanting to consult with the Board of Police Commissioners on both reports, actually, right? I can't presuppose what council will decide, but I'm guessing that council, well, when it gets those reports, it'll want to see some engagement with the Board of Police Commissioners, other stakeholders as to those recommendations, and make sure that we have an equity lens put on those reports and make sure that all the voices are heard before council makes any decisions, and some of which will have budgetary considerations, obviously, when you're looking at investing more money into the social side, social services, and those kinds of things. What is the municipality's role? What should it fund as opposed to what the province is supposed to be doing, right? And what they're actually funding. So under the current charter, our jurisdiction is actually not in those areas. It's actually in the provincial sphere for the most part, social services, but we're in the throes of negotiations around and discussions around municipal services exchange with the province. And so, many of these things, notwithstanding the jurisdictional divides that are there now in law and in practice and in policy, many one could argue, and I would support the argument that, this is a shared responsibility. And we're going to have to figure that out and determine what exactly is the role of council, what's exactly the role of staff, what's the role of police commissioners, what's the role of not-for-profits, and all that, and the province, right? Where do they start and stop in terms of supporting victims or of a variety of sorts, right? And who gets to pay and what kind of structures are to be put in place, and that runs the gamut, right, from crisis housing, crisis shelters to social services, social worker interventions, crisis worker intervention, and all that. So it's a work in progress, but I would suggest it's probably premature for the board to adopt this motion simply because the work is ongoing and it won't land before council until probably sometime early in the new year, early in January. And so I would wait for that report, see where that sits, and then the board will have an opportunity to look at that and provide advice back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacques. Moving on to Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for that, Jacques. I appreciate it. Marty, my first thought was to maybe just adapt the motion a little bit to address the legislative authority to put something forward. I was certainly happy to support Commissioner Critchley's motion for the reasons that he stated, that there are gaps, we can do better, there are improvements that need to be had, and it's comforting to know that there's some significant efforts being put into that. Now more than ever, victim services needs to be expanded. I think that's really what we're talking about here at this early stage. To know that we as Board of Police Commissioners will be engaged with public safety. The exercise that you're going through to bring something to council is welcome, certainly from my perspective. I would be open to allowing this to sit for a little while. I think that Commissioner Critchley bringing it forward has opened this dialogue today. We wouldn't necessarily have had that. So I don't think it's been an exercise in futility. I think Commissioner Critchley has a lot of energy for these kinds of things, and I really appreciate it as a board member. And that's why I was happy to support it. I would suggest as the seconder, I'm open to deferring it for now. And if Commissioner Critchley is open to that, but I think that the important piece is that I think our victim services needs to change. It needs to expand. It needs to, I think, be accessible to more people, number of things, and we'll see where it lands. I've had experience with our domestic violence shelters and victim services with a collaborative approach to how they manage some case files in a collaborative space that's been effective, not perfect, but it's been effective. And I think that maybe those models could be put in place for others. And I think that certainly would be something I'd be looking for. So I look forward to hearing those reports. I'll leave it there, and I'm sure we'll hear from Harry again, but I look forward to that. I'm glad to hear that it's also sooner than later, that in the new year is good. I'm not, these are the kinds of things that we as board members and as a board really should have a role in. And so I look forward to it. Thanks.
Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I guess maybe before I respond to the standard stuff, I'd be a couple of preliminary things I just want to say. So I think, Mr. Ward maybe suggested that I was presuming that victim services were inadequate. And I wanted to state clearly and unequivocally that is not my view or the intention of the motion. I have worked with victim services before. I worked with their high-risk staff, like the high-risk domestic violence victim services staff. They are excellent staff. They do incredible work and they go well above and beyond. So any, presumption, Mr. Ward suggesting that I'm suggesting that it's inadequate, I want to disavow that. Are there gaps, as Commissioner Kent has suggested? Sure. I chose my language carefully in the motion. I said improving the accessibility. You can have a good thing that can be further improved. You don't only improve bad things. So that's a preliminary point. The second is relating to jurisdiction. Mr. Ward, you and I are happy to have these. I'm happy to have these dialogues with you about jurisdiction of the board. We've had them many, many times on a whole range of issues. And I try and submit my motions in a really timely way so that we can have the discussions and they don't have to happen in a meeting like this. And so, I would just encourage you in future is that I had heard secondhand from Chair Smith that you had jurisdictional concerns about my second motion. Because I had two motions that I was going to bring tonight. And, in order to allow time to meet with you, I deferred that motion to the November meeting. I didn't hear any jurisdictional concern from Chair Smith about this first motion, so I proceeded with it. But I'm hoping that I value your opinion and your views and the relationship that you and I have had. So I'd hope that we can continue to have some dialogue going forward on that. And not just in the context of a meeting. As it relates to the point around independence, I state explicitly in the motion that independence can mean different things to different people. There's perceived independence is just as important as actual independence. I gave the example, and I'm sure the chief would back me up on this one. Moving to professional standards to the mall from the police station improves the perceived independence of professional standards. So that's within the gamut of the board. It's not saying take it out of the HRP entirely. But I have a bullet point to that effect. So I would suggest that a careful reading of the motion is important, right, to ensure that that we're clear about what's within the jurisdiction and what's not. But I am happy to defer it. My feeling was that it likely was covered to some extent under the report that's being reviewed by, being prepared by Dr. Siciliano. Dr. Siciliano is here, and she could speak to that a little bit. I'd be happy to hear it. If not, that's totally fine. But I am happy to defer it. I'm glad to hear, Mr. Dubé, that it is part of the review and that the board, is a valued stakeholder as these things move forward. And if that's the case, then, I'm happy to defer the motion. I think in keeping with Commissioner Kent's point, the important thing is that as the board, as we have duties to the public, we have duties to ensure that the policing services delivery, including the delivery of victim services, are in keeping with community values. And those values would encompass the entire population and ensure that, the needs of equity-seeking populations are met as it relates to the delivery of those services. So I think in bringing this motion, that's my primary intention. If the work is otherwise being done outside of this forum, by Dr. Siciliano and her team, then I'm happy to see it done. My main priority is ensuring the work is done, not taking credit for it here in the board context.
Marty?
Thank you, Chair Smith. So through you to the commissioner, I guess it's quite clear that the intent of the motion, everyone on the board appreciates the intent of the motion. What my advice is really is to the procedure, right? And the difficulty here is that the act is very specific about where victim services are to be located, right? And so that's not to say that legislation can't be changed at some point, and that's a matter for the legislature. But I think the motion in this respect is calling, as written, is calling for the chief to weigh in on the feasibility of changing the legislation. And I'm not sure that's the reason I think it's out of order. The other point I think is that, I think perhaps a lot that can be achieved within the structure that exists now. So for example, what the CAO has said here is that there's a lot of work ongoing and with respect to victim services within the police itself, and whether that means it's not delivered by sworn officers, delivered by civilians. There's a lot of options there that would still comply with the legislation as it's written, right? But if it's something beyond that, a true independence of the police, that would require a change to the legislation, which it may be that that's something that council may request. I don't know. But for now, it goes, the motion, that part of the motion, I think, goes beyond what's within the jurisdiction of the commission. The second point is that while the portion of the motion that is within the jurisdiction of the commission, asking for staff report from the chief on, and I take your point about improving accessibility does not mean that it's necessarily deficient. You can always improve. To that extent, that portion of the motion could be deferred, but to the extent the other portion of the motion is not in order, you cannot defer a motion that's not in order. So it would really require a sort of a revision of the motion as it currently stands. The last thing I would just add, so there's no sense that I was ambushing you here. When these motions come in, I report back to the chair and the vice chair, and and we discuss them at agenda and twice. And the advice I provide on it is for the board. And so basically, to provide the advice to the board, I provide that advice to the chair and the vice chair. In this particular case, I not only raised the issue of your other motion, I raised this twice with respect to this motion. So to that point, to help the situation, one of the difficulties here that I find operationally now that, seeing as you've raised it, is that the motion goes into the clerk's office as a proposed motion, and with a comment from yourself that basically says, if I have a problem with it, let you know. And so to some extent, that's kind of after the fact, where I'm left providing advice then to the chair and the vice chair, or raising it at agenda. I think, that it would facilitate things that in the future, if you have in mind a certain area or a proposed motion ahead of time, if you would contact me before it goes into the clerk's office, and I'm happy to discuss it with you at that time. And if there's any procedural issue with it, we can deal with that at that time. So by the time it goes forward to the clerk's office, right, and is even going to be at agenda, then indeed we'll sort of have hopefully resolved any of those differences. So those are my only comments.
Just really quickly before I go to Commissioner Giles, because it was brought up twice. So just to I know being the middleman that's being referenced. So there's two aspects of it. So yes, Marty provided me and the vice chair with comments on this file, on these motions, and when we had our agenda setting, Marty offered to speak to you, Commissioner Critchley, and I don't want to really go to this deep in the detail, but I think it's important at this point because it's been brought up both of you, and because our agenda setting or agenda discussion was actually the same day that we spoke on the phone. We were speaking. I said that I would speak to you and have that discussion, and we had that discussion. So that's really so. I just want to put that Marty was happy to chat with you, but we were actually speaking a few hours before or after we were having the agenda, and I thought it would be efficient if we had that discussion. So that's really where that lies, and I don't want to. I think we can set up a meeting to talk more about this offline. I don't want to get into a back and forth of that aspect of it, but I just want to make sure that we don't leave here thinking that you, Commissioner, have an issue with having discussions with Marty to make sure that your motions, and I want to make sure that you understand that Marty doesn't have an issue connecting with you to have those discussions as well. So I just want to make sure that we're not leaving here with a feeling that those doors are not open, because they are, and I just hope that none of you feel that way. So with that, Commissioner Giles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I appreciate that regardless of whatever interstitial capabilities I might have in that regard, it's not my role to give legal advice to the commissioners, and I don't purport to be doing that. That being said, I'm a little bit worried that some of these discussions take the written word on the agenda and parse it into oblivion, with the result that everybody runs off madly in all directions. First and foremost, it's clear from the Act that victim services are the responsibility of the police forces. That means they're the responsibility of the chief officer and the responsibility of the district commander, to the extent that they apply to those jurisdictions. So asking for reports about performance in that regard is not in any way, in my respectful submission, out of the way. I understand the concern about the second part of the motion. And by saying I understand it, I should not be taken as implying that I agree, because there are organizations the world over which have responsibilities, which come to the conclusion for a whole variety of reasons that maybe they shouldn't have those responsibilities, or that those responsibilities might be better capable might be better being carried out by other organizations. Case in point, under my watch, the Canadian Red Cross gave up the water safety program, which had been a core function of that movement since 1947. Gave it up because of the recognition that there were other organizations more capable than it of providing that service. And frankly, a lot of me would like to know from the chief officer and would like to know from the district commander what their views are vis-a-vis their departmental abilities to provide the required victim services. And there's a huge body of evidence out there saying that victim services are not on par with requirements for a whole variety of reasons. Some of them funding, some of them intention, some of them the availability of staff, some of them relating to the putative victim and her or his ability to communicate with services. And I think it would be helpful to know from those who provide the services whether they feel they're being provided effectively, as effectively as possible, or whether they could be provided by somebody more effectively. Now, that's not to say that I don't recognize a significant legislative change which would have to take place. And whether I like it or whether I don't like it, I know that I'm living in a province where legislative changes don't take place within the justice system with the alacrity that they should, and certainly with the alacrity that would be possible. And as much as I've said what I've said, I don't want to be in a position where we're asking somebody to make a comment on something which is not going to be any more than Don Quixote tilting at a windmill, because the likelihood of a legislative change will not take place. But suggesting that something might be done more effectively in one forum as opposed to another is not the same as arguing for a legislative change, in my view.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, if I could just add this, I take that point. I had understood, though, from what the CAO was saying, basically, that with the policing study that's going on now, right, that within that, if within that study, the chief is being consulted, the various, stakeholders are all being consulted, and, perhaps coming out of that study would be a recommendation to council that, that victim services should be removed, and council may take some action on that. So I think it's, I think that's probably, I leave it to the CAO to elaborate on that. But my understanding is that, that's a possibility that may come out of the work that's being done now under the police review. There could be that kind of a recommendation. And certainly they would be consulting with the chief and the RCMP with respect to that. That's all.
Clerk, do I need to extend the meeting?
Chair Smith, we can do a motion to extend after 7:30. It is that time.
Okay, so motion to extend. I can't see anybody, so just yell.
I'll move it, Chair Smith.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Critchley, seconded by
Councillor Kent. Commissioner.
Thank you very much. So just on that point, then really not to the extension on this item. So
Chair, is there any question on that motion?
Oh, all those in favor say aye.
Is there a question on that last motion to extend the meeting?
Oh, do you have a question?
I do.
Okay, sure.
I just wanted to draw our caution to the fact that some of our meetings are becoming very inefficient. We're not using the normal time that's allowed for each person to talk. We're 3 hours into this meeting and we're still going on. There's no need for an extension at this time if we keep to the time limit. And there are other two things that I want to talk about. Meeting efficiency at the end of this meeting, if we have other matters to talk about that I would like to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just mention that I am keeping track of who has spoken once and if they've spoken twice, and I am keeping track of time, 5 minutes and 3 minutes. So just many folks are speaking 2 times for the max amount of time. So I just want to highlight that I am keeping track of how much time people are speaking for and how many times. So yeah, I want to highlight that for you, Commissioner Akindojo. So back on this item. So I'm wondering, Commissioner Critchley, would there be an interest of you, because we're hearing two things. One, that you can defer part of it, but another aspect of it is out of order. So would you be interested in withdrawing this until you have those discussions, and then the possibility of bringing it back at another date with maybe a change? Or I'm not exactly sure where it would land, but is that a possibility for today?
I wonder, Chair Schmidt, I saw Dr. Siciliano on the screen there for a moment. I heard Mr. Dubé say that this is victim services is part of the review, but if maybe Dr. Siciliano could say a few words about that, then we'll be in a good position to, because if it is part of what's going on, then that we could just I can withdraw it and it can be deferred until we get that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Siciliano?
Thank you, Vice Chair Critchley, and to the Commission. So I guess I would first say that back in 2021 of May, I was asked to contribute to a briefing note that was submitted to the Board of Police Commissioners on victim services by the Chief. And at that time, one of the things that I highlighted was the importance of thinking about the victim offender overlap, and really that we should be looking at how to address more broadly the harm and trauma that comes from victimization, because the research shows that it's one of the best prevention tools that we have for further criminalization and crime in the community. So I just wanted to bring that in because while we are in the process of, as the CAO said, renewing our public safety strategy, and we have some draft priority areas. One of them does relate in a broad way to your concerns around victims, like the role of victim services more broadly, not specifically with HRP, if that makes sense. And what I'm saying is that we're looking at more appropriate and alternative responses to harm, including and especially the trauma that comes from experiencing crime and victimization. So their draft priorities right now, we're in the process of setting up consultations with counselors. I am happy to and have been in discussion already with the clerk on doing some consultations with the board. So I'm pleased to do that. And as the CAO said, we hope to have something to present to council for approval in early January or at some time in January. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. So, Commissioner, what is your wish?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's the case, I don't want to step on Dr. Siciliano's toes, the important work that's going on. I hear her saying that it's included in a sort of broad way. I don't have any power in this respect, but if I can recommend that these reports that I've cited be looked at and the recommendations in them be considered as part of that, then I encourage you to do that. I don't have any ability to direct you to do that, but I'm happy to withdraw the motion. I don't want to duplicate work that's ongoing. So, I'm happy to wait until the report comes in, and then, if there's a need for follow-up or further work to be done, then I can bring another motion at that time.
All right. So do I need to get permission from the seconder, or because the mover
Yes.
withdrawing it?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. So, all right. So with that, I will ask, because we're past time and we have some in camera, that we defer 14.4 and move to our in camera.
I'll move that.
Okay, thank you. There are no items added. Well, actually, sorry, there's no added item was for in camera, so no added items. Items for future consideration. There are none. So ask for a mover to go in camera.
Chair, can I raise an an issue before we go in camera, if that makes sense?
Is it,
Concerning
Uh,
meetings, do you want us to talk about it after the in camera?
I don't know where would that item, clerk, I'm looking at you, where would that fit in just the discussion piece? 'Cause
So
I don't know.
if this is not related to an item on agenda and it's not a point of privilege or something of that effect, then it probably can't go on the agenda. If it's to do with the meeting itself, a comment could be made now. I would say that most comments and things like that need to be tied to a specific item on the agenda. If it's meeting logistics, then that could be something that is mentioned now while we're in public. But that is your call, Chair.
Yeah, so if you, really, yeah, if it's a quick comment, I think it's fine, but we can't get into discussion because it's not on the agenda and we do have some items we have to deal with in camera.
Okay, I'll hold back on it. Thank you.
Okay, so mover to go on camera.
I move.
Okay, thank you. So we will move in camera.
We'll return to a public meeting if there is any ratification. Thank you. Commissioners, you have a link to an in-camera meeting in your calendars. Please join in-camera meeting. Good evening. The commissioners will be returning into the in-public meeting momentarily. The whole screen can come down.
Hello?
Commissioner Critchley, if you can hear me, can you try your video one more time?
I can hear you, and it's not letting me turn the video on.
Should be working now, Commissioner Critchley. You should be good.
Great. I think we've got 1, 2, 3 commissioners. We need one more and then we can adjourn. And there's Yemi. So I'll make a motion to adjourn, please. Does the motion to adjourn need a seconder or need to be voted on? Yemi seconds it. Question? Done. Marty's still on mute. Are we done, Ian?